Thank you very much. Shall we be upstanding? Thank you very much to Makanjan. Let's all be upstanding as the guest of honor walks in the room. Thank you very much. While we are upstanding, I will invite Noma Kanjani to lead us in the Zambia National Anthem. While we're still upstanding, I'll invite Mr. Goodson Kamanga to come and open for us in a word of prayer.
Let us pray. Gracious Father, we say thank you this morning as we appreciate you, God, for making it possible for each one of us to travel and reach this destination where we are having the meeting. Lord, we ask you now to be with us throughout the all remaining days. Help us, my God, as we discuss the important matters that pertains to the running of the region. We ask all this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Father, we have prayed, and everyone say amen.
Thank you. I'll invite our honorable guests of honor and the entire participants to take their seats. Thank you. The guest of honor, the Minister of Health from the Republic of Zambia, Honorable Dr. Elijah Julaki Muchima, MP, the Director, Policy and Planning for Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, Secretariat, Dr. Anthony Awira, the Director General for the East, Central, and Southern Africa Health Community, EXA, Dr. Ntuli, the lead specialist and acting practice manager, health, nutrition, and population global practice from the World Bank, Dr. Ramesh, the permanent secretary in charge of technical services in the Ministry of Health, Zambia, Dr. Kennedy Lishimpi, distinguished regional permanent secretaries and heads of delegations, representatives of the World Bank, the World Health Organization, and other UN agencies, the African Union, Africa CDC, and AUDA NEPAD, IFRC, Red Cross Zambia, Resolve to Save Lives, and all other implementing and cooperating partners, technical representatives from EXA and IGAD, senior government officials from the Government of the Republic of Zambia, members of the press, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. A special welcome to Zambia and a warm welcome to the Regional Advisory Committee meeting being held in Zambia today, starting the 18th of November. A warm welcome to the official opening ceremony, and I will be your master of ceremony for this official opening ceremony. I am Dr. Kalangwa Kalangwa. The name is too nice, you have to say it twice. Thank you very much. So just to take you through the program this morning, just a moment. So thank you very much. Just to take you through the program for the official opening, we're going to have welcoming remarks from our permanent secretary in charge of technical services from Ministry of Health, Zambia. Thereafter, we're going to have remarks from IGAD Secretariat to be given by Dr. Anton Awira. That will be followed by remarks from the Director General for EXA, Dr. Ntuli, and then thereafter, we're going to have to follow remarks from Dr. Ramesh from the World Bank, and then we're going to watch a video which shows the genesis of the HEPA program and have the official opening of the meeting. So without much ado, join me in welcoming our permanent secretary in charge of technical services in the Ministry of Health, Zambia, Dr. Kennedy Lishimpi, as he gives his welcoming remarks. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to the Regional Advisory Committee meeting today, the 18th of November, 2025, being held here in Lusaka in Zambia. The Minister of Health, Honorable Dr. Elijah Muchima, Member of Parliament, the representative of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, Dr. Anthony Awira, representatives of the East Central and Southern Africa Health Community, Dr. Ntuli Kapologwe, the lead specialist and acting practice manager, health, nutrition, and population global practice for the World Bank, Dr. Ramesh Govindaraj, representatives from partner organizations present here, the Africa CDC, World Health Organization, the IFRC, Resolve to Save Lives, and others. Distinguished delegates from Health Emergency Preparedness Response, MPA, 10 regional participating countries, senior government officials, colleagues from the media, may I simply say, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. On behalf of the Ministry of Health and the Government of the Republic of Zambia, it is a pleasure to welcome you to Lusaka for this Regional Advisory Committee meeting of the Health Emergency Preparedness Response and Resilience Program under the multi-phase programmatic approach. We are privileged to host this important forum, which brings together leaders, experts, and implementing partners dedicated to strengthening health security across East and Southern Africa region. Distinguished delegates, IGAD, in collaboration with EXA Health Community, convened a pre-RAC meeting yesterday to review and discuss key issues related to the implementation of the Health Emergency Preparedness Response and Resilience Program. The pre-regional advisory committee session provided an opportunity for technical teams and partners to align on progress, identify emerging challenges, and agree on priority actions ahead of this meeting. This preparatory engagement is part of the ongoing efforts to strengthen coordinated regional oversight of the Health Emergency Preparedness Response and Resiliency MPA activities. Ladies and gentlemen, our region continues to face rising and complex public health emergencies, from infectious diseases and other health emergencies, including climate-induced shocks. These challenges have reaffirmed that investing in preparedness, response, and resilience is essential for protecting our communities and safeguarding development gains. The Health Emergency Preparedness, Response, and Resilience Program is a timely and strategic response to these challenges. Supported and funded by the World Bank and implemented by the project countries in collaboration with the regional entities such as IGAD and EXA Health Community, the Health Emergency Preparedness, Response, and Resilience Program seeks to strengthen national and regional capacities to detect, respond to, and recover from public health emergencies, including those induced by climate change. This program, one of the most practical and visionary health security initiatives in our region, and is already demonstrating meaningful outcomes and impact. In Zambia, we are proud to be actively participating in the implementation of this program through the multi-phase approach. These milestones reflect Zambia's commitment to advancing health security and ensuring that this health emergency preparedness, response, and resiliency program delivers tangible, sustainable results for our people. This meeting offers a critical platform to review the progress of the Health Emergency Response and Resiliency Program that is being implemented across all participating countries and in the region as a whole. We also would like to identify strategic investments and policy directions for the next phase of the MPA. We look forward to constructive deliberations that will strengthen the impact of the Health Emergency Preparedness, Response, and Resilience Program across our region. Zambia is honored to collaborate with all the Health Emergency Preparedness, Response, and Resilience participating countries under this shared regional program. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we commence today's proceedings, I invite all delegates to engage fully and contribute to the advancement of a safer and more resilient Eastern and Southern Africa. With these remarks, I once again warmly welcome you to Lusaka and wish you fruitful and impactful deliberations. I thank you.
Another warm round of applause for our Permanent Secretary in charge of Technical Services for warmly welcoming us to Zambia for our visitors and also highlighting the objectives of this meeting, the importance of reviewing the progress and also the plans for next year. Just announcements for translations. For English, we are using channel 1, French, channel 2, and Portuguese is on channel number 3. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite the Director Planning and Coordination from IGAD Secretariat, Dr. Anthony Weir, to come and give his remarks. A round of applause as he walks to the podium.
Good morning. It's such an honor to be here this morning. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Health of the Republic of Zambia, Dr. Elijah Mushima, MP, our chief guest, and our gracious host of the 3rd Regional Advisory Committee meeting, distinguished permanent secretaries from various project participating countries that are here, Dr. Ntuli Kapologwe, the Director General of the East, Central, and Southern Africa Health Community, EXA, Dr. Ramesh Govindaraj, the Lead Specialist and Acting Practice Manager of the Health, Nutrition, and Population Global Practice at the World Bank, senior government officials from the various countries representing the ministries of health and other sectors, representatives from various partner organizations, Africa CDC, WHO, AFRO, the IFSRC, Resolve to Save Lives, and others that are here truly and fully recognized. Allow me to convey from the IGAD Executive Secretary, His Excellency Dr. Wakene Gebeyehu, who could not be able to join this 3rd RAC meeting due to pressing regional engagements, but on whose behalf I stand here to say that it's with great honor and privilege to address this gathering on his behalf for this important meeting of the Health Emergency Preparedness, Response and Resilience multi-phase programmatic approach. Allow me to begin by conveying warm greetings from IGAD Secretariat in Djibouti and express our profound gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Zambia for hosting this very, very important meeting with such generosity and excellence since we got in this country. Indeed, Lusaka provides a perfect environment, a perfect backdrop for this gathering, symbolizing our region's collective commitment to regional solidarity, resilience, and preparedness. I also wish to extend our deepest appreciation to the World Bank for its visionary leadership and the financial support to this initiative, and to all the participating countries, regional institutions, and partners whose efforts have transformed the HEPRA MPA program from an idea to a thriving regional mechanisms that we see ourselves gathered here today. Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, the East and Southern Africa region continues to experience frequent, overlapping, and increasingly complex public health emergencies. These include the recurrent infectious disease outbreaks like cholera, mpox, Ebola, dengue, yellow fever, Marburg, as well as the climate change-induced shocks, such as the floods, droughts, extreme weather events. All these coupled together with the rapid urbanization, fragile health systems, and growing population mobility, the region remains at an epicenter of cross-border health crises that transcend our national borders. It's against this backdrop that the HEPA initiative was designed as a landmark regional investment aimed at strengthening multi-sectorial preparedness, response, and resilience across our region. And through the World Bank funding and technical support, we have made this a reality now. When the HEPA program was initiated in 2024, we started with 3 pioneering countries. Consequently, this number has grown to now 10 countries participating in the program. And they are attending this third meeting here in Lusaka today. Other countries are expected to join in the subsequent phases, and we look forward to having them on board in this movement. This expansion reflects the trust and confidence that the countries place in this approach and module, and in the collaborative leadership of IGAD, EXA, Health Community, and the World Bank. It also demonstrates the growing recognition that no single country can manage modern health threats alone. Our vulnerabilities are shared, which therefore calls for a collective preparedness and response and resilience as well. Tangible results on the ground have begun to demonstrate progress towards this direction. Over the past 2 years, the implementation of HEPA activities has been smooth, extensive, but quite impactful. Participating countries and regional organizations have worked hand in hand in strengthening national and regional capacities. During this period, the region faced serious health threats such as cholera, mpox, Ebola, and Marburg, and yet countries continue to successfully contain these outbreaks without escalating into widespread crises. This is a remarkable achievement that we should be proud of, which reflects increased surveillance, early detection, multi-sectorial coordination, and rapid response capabilities built through the HEPA MPA initiative. This is exactly the kind of proactive resilience that the program set out to build. Our success owes to much to the strategic oversight and structured follow-up mechanism provided by this support, and particularly the World Bank, which plays a critical role in helping countries and regional institutions such as IGAD, EXA to stay on track, and also identify and resolve implementation bottlenecks and follow up with their development and immediate objectives. Equally, establishment of the communities of practice for both IGAD and EXA have been very vibrant, spaces for knowledge exchange, peer learning, technical support, enabling countries to learn from one another's success and challenges as well. This regional learning culture is one of the most valuable practices of the multi-phase programming approach that has been created through this initiative. Driving local manufacturing and self-reliance in the region, another area of significant progress in local manufacturing of health products, especially vaccines and pharmaceuticals. With the MPA support, countries are now taking bold steps towards regulatory maturity and local production capacities. I'm equally proud to also highlight that one of our participating countries, Ethiopia, has recently achieved the WHO Maturity Level 3 for vaccine regulation, which is a historic milestone not only for Ethiopia as a country, but for a region as a whole. And I think we should be so proud of that. Other countries are advancing too in their capacities and capabilities to develop and produce safe, quality medicines, learning from each other through the peer exchanges, joint training, and strategic partnership engagements. This aligns perfectly with the African Union's new public health order, which calls for expanded local manufacturing as a cornerstone to continental health sovereignty. So by strengthening regulatory systems and fostering industrial collaboration, we are laying a solid groundwork for more self-reliant Africa in the future of health crises. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, as we look forward to the HEPA program that has made tremendous, remarkable strides in the 2 years, the challenges still remain ahead of us. And this requires us to double our commitment. And this means we should be able to continue to institutionalize the capacities built under the program into national systems. We need to scale up the cross-border coordination and collaboration, ensure that preparedness is synchronized and not fragmented, and as well as embedding learning and adaptation at every level so that our systems evolve with the threats as we face them. As we continue our progress during this Regional Advisory Committee meeting, let us also renew our political commitment, and I'm happy to hear the commitment of our host and the rest of you that are here in person as an important cornerstone of this process. Not only around preparedness or national regional policies, but also around emergencies, which is a core pillar for development of peace and security. Before concluding, once again, allow me to express our sincere appreciation with profound humility, the generous support from our financer, the World Bank, through its strategic partnership, the participating member states through their unwavering commitment and leadership that we see here, our partners, WHO, Africa CDC, the Right to Save Life, and all the partners and technical support we receive. And finally, I would like to again really thank with profound gratitude the gracious host, the government and the people of Zambia for their warm hospitality and for creating such a supportive environment for this important regional meeting. I also would like to thank the IGAD experts, EXA, for the organization of this event and all those that were involved, the local communities, and their tireless effort in the past 2 months that made this gathering a success. It is true, and I think I've heard that being mentioned earlier, that this is just not only a mere program or an initiative. I think it's a shared regional commitment that we are demonstrating in practice here to safeguard our people, our economies, and our collective future from the growing threats of health emergencies in our region and on the continent. So IGAD stands resolute to this purpose and in its support to all the project participating countries to work closely with EXA, who is here, and the World Bank and all the valued partners in ensuring that we deliver meaningful and lasting results from the commitment we make. So let us reaffirm our resolve to build on this progress that has been made, expand the impact that we are creating, and ensure that no community, no country, no citizen is left behind. I thank you so much for your attention, and may God bless you all.
Another round of applause for Dr. Anton Awira for highlighting the progress that we've made for the project, starting with 3 countries and now having 10 countries, and also emphasizing the importance of regional and cross-border collaboration and ensuring that we focus on some of the key priorities such as local manufacturing. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'll now invite the Director General for East, Central, and Southern Africa Health Community, Dr. Tuli, to come and give his remarks. A round of applause as he walks to the podium.
Guests of honor, Honorable Dr. Elijah Mchima, Member of Parliament and the Minister of Health of the Republic of Zambia, Dr. Kennedy Lishimpi, Permanent Secretary, Technical Services, Minister of Health of Zambia, together with the permanent secretaries from 10 participating countries, Dr. Anthony Awira and other delegates from IGAD, Dr. Ramesh Govindaraj, lead specialists and other representatives from the World Bank, representative from WHO, Africa CDC, Auda NEPAD, AMA, WOA, PATH, Resolve, and others, all our regional and country teams, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, bon dia, bonjour, mlibwanji. Honorable guests of honor, it is a pleasure, indeed it's a privilege for me to be part of this, our third Regional Advisory Committee meeting of the Health, Emergency Preparedness, Response and Resilience multi-phase approach program. Let me begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to the government of the Republic of Zambia for hosting us and for the warm hospitality extended to all of us. I also wish to extend my personal thanks to you, Honorable Minister, for your time and dedication to this Regional Advisory Committee despite your demanding schedule. May God. Honorable Minister, I further convey my heartfelt gratitude to the World Bank as well as to all partners and country teams for their continued commitment to advancing this ambitious regional health security agenda with shared goal of making Africa a better and healthier place to live. Guests of honor, we meet at a time when our region faces complex landscapes of public health risks, emerging and re-emerging infections, recurring cholera outbreaks, Mpox, Ebola, and Marburg outbreaks, climate-driven health emergencies, and increased cross-border mobility that heightened vulnerability. Just 3 days ago, Ethiopia declared and confirmed an outbreak of Marburg virus disease. This development underscores the need for all of us attending this meeting to remain on a heightened alert, especially given the free movement of people across our borders. Guests of honor, this outbreak comes at a time when Africa continues to experience rising surge of health emergencies, averaging 160 per year, most of which are of zoonotic origin, including the Mpox, anthrax, and Ebola. These diseases increasingly cross national borders and place additional pressure on already fragile health systems. The proportion of zoonotic events among all reported public health emergencies have risen sharply from 7% in year 2022 to 23% in the year 2024. This trend underscores the urgent need for strengthened regional collaboration, and I could not think of more fitting platform to advance this approach than the Regional Advisory Committee. The guests of honor, lessons from the Mpox and cholera incidents management support teams have shown that outbreaks rarely respect borders. We have seen this clearly across the DRC, Uganda, Burundi, and Rwanda, and more recently among Namibia, Zambia, and Tanzania. Cholera alone has affected more than 23 countries in this year, demonstrating the critical importance of coordinated cross-border efforts to ensure rapid and effective containment. Guests of honor, these challenges remind us that health security is not mere a national concern, but a regional imperative. Our systems must therefore be robust, interoperable, and coordinated across borders. The HEPA MPA was designed precisely to build these capacities through an integrated, multisectoral, and regional approach. We are deeply grateful to the World Bank and to the leadership of Dr. Ramesh and his team, who have worked hand in hand with us to ensure that the program is implemented with highest fidelity. The guest of honor, the Regional Advisory Committee plays a central role in this architecture. It provides strategic directions, it promotes policy alignment, and ensures that country-level implementation is coherent with the regional priorities. The amended International Health Regulations of the year 2005, the joint external evaluation, and the frameworks set by Africa CDC and WHO are quite very important for us as a region going forward. Above all, the Regional Advisory Committee helps us identify bottlenecks, share practical solutions, and maintain accountability for results. And this is one of the very, very important component of the regional health diplomacy. Guests of honor, since our last meeting in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, we have seen strong progress. Countries have expanded surveillance systems, strengthened the digital platforms, enhanced laboratory capacities and biosafety capacities, improved emergency operation centers, and advanced workforce development through FATP and One Health approach. We have also seen improvement in procurement pathways, IPC reforms, regulatory processes, and the operationalization of regional committees of practice. These achievements demonstrate commitment and momentum. Guests of honor, at the same time, several technical and operational challenges requires our collective attention. Some countries continue to experience low absorption rates due to procurement delays and staffing gaps. Coordination between the technical and non-technical staff have seen to be one of the challenges. Digital health systems are not yet interoperable across borders. Port of entries show variability in international health regulation core capacities, particularly in emergency handling. Cross-border coordination and communications also remains to be challenging or challenges in some of the countries. And in many countries, national investment plans are not yet fully harmonized with regional health priorities. These are not isolated issues, they are systematic challenges. And the Regional Advisory Committee provides the right platform to address these together. The guest of honor, a major milestone for this meeting is the review and the endorsement of the HEPA program. This agenda is a critical step towards institutionalizing implementation science across our region. It will allow us to systematically document what works and what doesn't work, identify context-specific innovations, improve quality improvement as a part of the fidelity of implementation. And moreover, it will help us to accelerate cross-country learning and also create a structured, evidence-based learning ecosystem with the strengthened long-term resilience and adaptability of our healthcare system. As we began our discussion today, I will encourage all of us to focus on 4 clear priorities. First, strengthening the performance and accountability through realistic milestones. Secondly, enhance regional harmonization. And third, accelerate digital health interoperability. The last but not least, building institutional capacity under the Africa CDC using the new public health order framework. And in that institutional capacities, let us, the Lusaka agenda, be at the center of the discussion. Guest of honor, I would like to express again our gratitude to the World Bank for their financial and technical leadership that has made this program possible. To our colleagues from IGAD for their strong partnership as the Joint Secretariat, and to all regional and global partners who continue to work with us day in, day out to ensuring that this program becomes a success. To you, Honorable Minister, and the Government of Republic of Zambia for their enormous support to EXA Health Community, to IGAD and the World Bank. And to that, I can attest that it has been an important enabling factor for this program to succeed. With that, I thank you all for being here, and I look forward to our productive deliberations. May this regional advisory committee deliver clear direction, renewed momentum, and a strengthened coordination across all our country. I thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Dr. Ntuli. Indeed, highlighting the number of emergencies that we have in the region, 160, and the importance for regional collaboration and ensuring that we strengthen our health systems and ensure that we build resilience and support the various programs, and also indicating the importance that the World Bank support has had to strengthening this program. Dr. Ntuli and Dr. Awira did highlight the role that the World Bank has played in ensuring that this program is well supported and the help that it has had in strengthening the various health systems. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the lead specialist and acting practice manager, health, nutrition, and population global practice from World Bank, Dr. Ramesh, as he comes and gives his remarks. A round of applause for him.
The Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Elijah Muchima, Permanent Secretaries and Government Representatives, the Directors General of EXA, HC, and IGAD, representatives of our partner agencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the World Bank, it is my pleasure to welcome all of our participating delegations to Lusaka, which rightfully is known as the Garden City, as we attend this unique gathering. Honorable Minister, I'm delighted that you have joined us today because your presence demonstrates Zambia's unstinting commitment to this regional program. You very gracefully welcomed us as guests, but I think it's fair to say that although this is my first visit to Lusaka, and perhaps my second day here, I feel entirely at home. I would like to sincerely thank the government of the Republic of Zambia, led by the Ministry of Health, and supported by the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, Green Economy, Livestock and Fisheries, and the Zambia National Public Health Institute for their tremendous efforts and hospitality in hosting this event. Zambia joined this program at a very critical time amidst a severe cholera outbreak and a national drought emergency. The MPA's flexibility enables participating countries to focus on improving resilience at the primary healthcare level, which is the front line for prevention, detection, and response. At the same time, we recognize that health emergencies transcend borders, and this has been alluded to before, and I will not elaborate, but this does underscore the need for coordinated regional action. The MPA's regional perspective allows us to align strategies, share resources, and foster collaboration. At the last two Regional Advisory Committee meetings, which were held in Nairobi and Addis Ababa, respectively, my task was relatively simple: to outline where we were in terms of getting started with this very important program, which I should also mention is a unique investment on the part of the World Bank, which usually works with individual countries, but recognizing the regional nature of health emergencies, decide to embark on this experiment, if I might characterize it as such. Today, however, my task is less simple because we are at quite a critical stage in the evolution of the program. The introductory phase is clearly behind us, with now 10 countries, XAHC and IGAD now on board. Many countries have been effective for over a year, and some are implementing their second annual work plan. As you all know, this is a 7-year program, and we are already past the 2-year mark, which we reached in September. We only have 5 years left in this program, and for many countries that are closing in early 2030, it is more like 4 years. The question facing us, therefore, is the following: are we on track to deliver the results we envisioned for this $1.5 billion program? On the bright side, some countries and both the regional institutions are disbursing well and have registered important progress in very many areas. For example, in their capacity to prevent, detect, and respond to health emergencies, as reflected in the SPAR assessments, on meeting their 717 targets for health events, and on signing protocols to promote cross-border response. We also have more clearly defined the program's learning agenda. This covers knowledge generation and dissemination, as well as capacity building and peer-to-peer learning. All of this is a shared responsibility between XAHC, IGAD, the participating countries, and the World Bank. There will be a dedicated session on this, but let me say that the discussions with the communities of practice and the PIUs have been extremely fruitful, and we look forward to further advice and endorsement of the Regional Advisory Committee. In my view, the RAC is a valuable opportunity for us to note the areas where we must accelerate progress and come up with commitments and strategies to move the needle faster, both as individual entities and as a group. And this is particularly important because we are indeed faced with an emergency situation with frequent outbreaks across the continent. Ultimately, the program is about whether we are improving every day as a region in terms of being better able to manage health emergencies on the continent. As we know, emergencies can happen overnight, as we are already witnessing with the outbreak of Marburg in Ethiopia, which has implications for neighboring countries such as Kenya and South Sudan. With these emergencies potentially spiraling out of control and taking lives and livelihoods alike, and bringing economic activities to a standstill. In such an emergency context, fast-paced and well-coordinated progress is the order of the day. I'm sure that our time together at the RAC over the next couple of days will help us get to this goal. And with those words, I wish you a very successful Regional Advisory Committee and successful deliberations. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Dr. Ramesh from the World Bank, really indicating the progress that we've seen is because of the continued support and participation of the various partners, the participating countries, IGAD, EXA, and the World Bank, and really highlighting the importance of countries ensuring that they continue with the progress in strengthening health systems. guest of honor, distinguished invited guests, I will now invite Noma Kanjani for a short piece of entertainment. A round of applause as they walk into the room. Thank you very much, Noma Kanjani, for that piece of entertainment. So distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to now move to two videos that show the genesis of the HEPA program. So we're going to start with the first video. The first video highlights the launch of the program and the first RAC meeting, which was held in Nairobi, Kenya last year. So I'll invite you all to turn to the screens and watch the videos.
Kenya hosted the launch of the Health Emergency Preparedness, Response and Resilience Program for East and Southern Africa that's supported by the World Bank. This occasion was graced by the Honorable Cabinet Secretary for Health for the Ministry of Health in Kenya, and it was graced by ministers from the Federal Republic of Ethiopia and Sao Tome and Principe.
We appreciate the responsibility laid before us of safeguarding the health and well-being of our citizenry and the global community. This calls for proaction in preparedness that ensures we deliver accordingly on this very important mandate.
IGAD is grateful to be part of this strategic partnership, as it clearly and evidently adds value to our member states' efforts to managing health emergencies and pandemics.
Our health systems face lots of shocks, and that there is need to be deliberate about ensuring that we tackle them head on.
We have also already established many cross-borders committee, not only during the COVID-19, but even before, because as a region, I think it's so important for us to bring the country together and also to collaborate and also have joint plan of action.
We need to pay attention not only to preparedness and response to health emergencies in a broad sense, but also to resilience, which is the transformation of health systems in such a way that they can continue to function during health emergencies.
The details of the activity we have planned with this project is strategic and also gap filling for us to strengthen our preparedness, response and also establishment of resilience health system.
E esse projeto vem, de alguma forma, ajudar a contribuir para que possamos ter sistema mais fortalecido, resiliente em caso de situações como essa, como a pandemia de Covid-19 ou qualquer outra, uma outra pandemia, outra situação que possa surgir.
We must work together to enhance response and resilience through public health surveillance, pharmaceutical and vaccine manufacturing, risk communication and community engagement, reduction of gender inequalities, and building resilience to climate-related risks.
In addition to the launch, the Regional Advisory Committee was established to provide better coordination and accountability during project implementation. Following its establishment, annual work plans by the regional implementing entities were presented before the RAC, and these were approved. And following this approval, technical conversations around core areas within the program implementation also happened. And to conclude the 3-day event, the participating countries and the delegates present had an opportunity to visit core institutions within Kenya that impact on emergency preparedness and response.
Thank you very much. Guest of honor, we have the second video, which highlights the second RAC meeting, which was held in Addis Ababa. I'll invite ICT to play the video.
Let me start by expressing my utmost gratitude to the federal government of the Republic of Ethiopia for hosting this meeting of the Regional Advisory Committee for the Health Emergency Preparedness Response and Resilience Project. This is the first Regional Advisory Committee we are holding since the launch of the project in May. And hence it is actually a pivotal moment for us to share the experiences that we have actually accumulated thus far.
As a part of this partnership, we in IGAD are leveraging our strength in political engagement, regional perspective, multi-sectoral approach, and health technical expertise. I would like to reaffirm IGAD's commitment to
to unifying countries and enhancing the regional perspective of the MPA program.
I want to also indicate that as much as we are facing the global health challenges, it is our commitment to emergency preparedness and resilience that will ensure that we meet the promises, or we make the promises to every citizen whose life could be turned upside down by a health crisis.
We are very pleased and very happy to welcome you in Addis. Emergencies and pathogens don't have borders and boundaries. That's why we are here together. We remember when COVID hit that we don't know where the next country or the next country will be reporting the next case or the next days, sadly. We are still facing different challenges. We are more interconnected in the challenge that we have, and economics, development, environmental challenge, sustainability, social and equitable challenge that we see in our region. The first regional meeting, the advisory committee meeting, which was held in Nairobi, Kenya, in May 2024, really has laid a very good foundation, and it was a foundation for cross-border collaboration, capacity building, emergency preparedness. But this one, the second one now, is also a time for us to assess what has been the progress in the region. It has already been said that we would be identifying where are the gaps, but not only identifying gaps, but we will come together for solution. We will be fostering our partnership together. We will set the tone that we will have a solution for our all problems, and we will be exploring more opportunities to strengthen our health system.
Planning and setting up to roll out this program. So to help us discuss, we'll firstly invite the heads of the delegation to share with us how this program fits so well within the Ministries of Health framework.
We will continue to integrate the fight against antimicrobial resistance into a broader health system strengthening efforts. This includes ensuring that our healthcare facilities have the necessary resource, training, and infrastructure to tackle antimicrobial resistance.
I would like to thank the organizers, specifically EXA and IGAD, for organizing a wonderful two-day, very rich set of discussions, which I think have built considerably on some of the deliberations that we had when we last met in Nairobi at the launch of this program. And it's particularly heartening to see the progression, both in terms of the amount of work that is being done in all of those areas, but also in terms of the sophistication of the conclusions and recommendations that have been generated at this meeting. So a huge thanks to the organizers.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those two videos. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to proceed to the official opening of this meeting. I will now invite our Permanent Secretary in charge of Technical Services in the Ministry of Health, Dr. Kennedy Lishimpi, to come and invite the guests of honor to speak. A round of applause as he walks to the podium.
Good morning once again, distinguished participants and colleagues. At this point in time, allow me to call upon our guest of honor, the Minister of Health for the Republic of Zambia, Honorable Dr. Elijah Muchima, Member of Parliament of a constituency that is located in the northwestern corner of Zambia that borders Angola and the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the Zambezi River starts from. I'm sure there are countries in here that get bathed with the waters of the Zambezi River as it flows down from his constituency. So he brings refreshing waters, refreshing moments to all these countries that are in here. So join me in welcoming to the podium our visionary Minister of Health, Dr. Honorable Elijah Muchima.
Thank you very much, the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Lishimpi. Indeed, looking around Botswana, Zimbabwe, I haven't seen Namibia, I haven't seen Angola. Are they here? If they are here, we share the same waters from where I come from. The Zambezi River starts from my village. It's a small thing, just a tree fell. That's how it sprang up, to go the way to whatever is Victoria Falls, and it goes into the oceans. He's right. Where I'm coming from, there is Congo this side, Angola this side, Zambia here. You can't tell where I come from. I can be an Angolan, Congolese, or Zambian, whichever. You are most welcome, colleagues from these African countries. It's a great pleasure, actually, to mingle with you here. Representatives of the World Bank, WHO, Africa CDC, and NEPAD, regional directors, representatives of EXA, HC, and IGAD, esteemed colleagues from the Ministry of Health, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you all to Lusaka on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Zambia as we convene this important regional advisory committee meeting under the Health Emergency Preparedness, Response and Resilience, multi-phased, pragmatic approach. Coming at a time when Zambia is now experiencing rain, and as a tradition, we are scared of cholera. And the first question is, how prepared are you? We have to share this experience together. How do we get to eradicate it? We had it in Nakonde, we had it in Kasumbalesa, and at times mostly in our compound here called Kanyama. We should not be ashamed to talk about these outbreaks. We should be ashamed for having no good effort to eradicate it. It is with us, and the person to blame is ourselves. Charity begins at home. If we are taught properly, we could not cause problems of cholera, because it's a hygienic issue. But one big issue is water underground. But what contaminates that? It's ourselves. These are health issues. We have to find a way to deal with them. PS, allow me that Zambia has started reacting to this. Those coming from Congo, Kasumbalesa in Copper Belt, we are not going to allow shallow wells and pit latrines. Government has taken charge. We want to heighten the efforts of public health, because treatment is costly, but if we prevent, it is cheaper. And also using community health workers. World Bank, you are a friend of ours. We need more community health workers. Even health workers themselves, we need them. That's the only way we shall eradicate these pandemics which are hitting us every now and then in the region. Zambia is surrounded by other countries. We need to come together, just as we have come together here. So the effort you are putting in here is an effort all of us should learn and exchange. At times, we don't want to warn the other person in the next door what we're experimenting. It's dangerous. We need, like in Zambia, whenever there is a cholera case, one, we stand up to tell everybody so that we warn others so that they don't contract. But it's other countries, ourselves, we decide to sweep that under the carpet, and instead it spreads and spreads and spreads. You are not only affecting others, but you are chewing your own economy, because the way it spreads is affecting your attention, your time, and money. How small it is, let's deal with it together. One is Zambia. Zambia, here we have got mpox. Zambia, tell Malawi, here there is cholera. Tell Tanzania, tell Zimbabwe. Warn South Africa with the trackers and warn another person coming. That way, we shall be on top of that. We are here in Zambia delighted to host you here as leaders, experts, and partners who share a single vision to safeguard the health security of our region through collective action and solidarity. Your presence here reaffirms the deep regional bonds that unite us and share determination to build a safer, healthier, and more resilient Africa. Indeed, I've seen Rwanda, I've been to Rwanda, extremely clean, super. We want to copy from you what is happening in Rwanda there. We have Rwandese here in Zambia. They should teach us the same manners by going to Kanyama there and tell them how you live it in Rwanda. But here when we say, if you throw garbage, we charge you, it becomes political. It's a political issue. You'll be named here and there. But in Rwanda, there is order. Order is key to what we are talking about. Provincial Health Director. You need to go to Rwanda and see how orderly Rwanda is. I'm an admirer of Rwandan environment. These issues we're talking about is about environment. We need to educate our people. We need to be on top of things. I'm a Zambian, but for that aspect, I hate myself. Why don't we learn? Why don't we learn? In and out, in and out. Boil water, wash your hands. Simple, simple things. Until you experience death, that's when you can learn. No. No. We spend money, donors' money, all the time talking about the same thing. And Zambia wants now to start manufacturing vaccine for the region, yes, but on top of that, let's prevent ourselves through applying the norms that we're exchanging today here. This gathering comes at a pivotal moment in our region's history. The past few years have tested our public health systems more than any other period in recent memory. We have faced disease outbreaks, climate shocks, and economic challenges that have stretched our capacities and reminded us of powerful truth. Health security is only as strong as the weakest link. The HEPRR MPA initiative, funded by the World Bank and implemented through ICSA, HC, and AGDA, AGAD, was conceived to address precisely this challenge. It aims to build cohesive, multi-sectoral framework where preparedness, response, and resilience are not isolated national actions, but parts of one strong regional system. In my own words, we need to have a dashboard which is being promoted by World Bank, which is accessible regionally so that we are able to see what's happening in Malawi, what's happening in Tanzania, what's happening in Congo. That will help us. And we are already thinking about that, and the time we implement that, it will help us very, very effectively. The establishment of the Regional Advisory Committee marks a major milestone in operationalization vision, translating our commitments into governance, coordination, and measurable progress. Distinguished guests, Zambia is proud to host this meeting and to be an active participant in the HEPRR initiative. Our national efforts are aligned with the regional agenda and the continental health security framework. Here in Zambia, we have strengthened platforms for zoonotic disease surveillance and early detection, climate-induced health shocks, cross-border health, collaboration with our neighbors, and integration of One Health principle into national preparedness plan. These efforts reflect our conviction that regional health security begins with national readiness, and that no country is safe until all countries are safe. That's exactly what I'm saying. We are never safe until everyone else is safe. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to commend all participating countries for the significant progress achieved under the HEPRR MPA so far. Across the 9 implementing nations, Zambia, Malawi, Rwanda, Kenya, Burundi, DRC, STP, Mozambique, and Ethiopia, we have seen this. And I also like the drainage system, the way it's done in Ethiopia. You can't tell, which means you prevent also flies hovering around. Ethiopia's drainage system is good, but here in my country, it's the poorest. The drainage now you are providing pits for people to be dumping whatever they want to dump. That should be stopped. PS Tekenko, that should be stopped. Tell your Bururus, this is bad behavior. You see in Zambia where the tribe called Nyamazais, and that tribe is my tribe, where we come from, Northwestern. We don't like dirty. We want to clean around ourselves. So the Lambas, the chaps from Copper Belt, Lambas, used to call us Nyamazai, but we like cleaning toilets. He says, yes, we are clean. If you don't clean, you have a disease, isn't it? We need to clean. You have to stand up and clean. So Lambas, stand up, start cleaning. Yes, and tell the rangers and solis, time has come to start cleaning up. The establishment of national coordination units for health emergency preparedness and response, strengthen the laboratory networks and surveillance systems, including the adoption of digital reporting platforms. Just as I put it, authorization of multi-sectoral rapid response teams in several countries and cross-border collaboration initiative in disease detection, data sharing, and resource mobilization. These are very important. These milestones demonstrate that regional collaboration works and that by aligning our actions, we multiply our impact. Zambia has benefited from the World Bank's investments under HEP-RRR and from the technical guidance of ICSA, HC, and EGAD. Through these partnerships, we are reinforcing our national capacities in emergency preparedness, institutional coordination, and workforce training. Ladies and gentlemen, our collaboration is not limited to health emergencies. Through the communities of practice established under ICSA, HC, and IGAD, we are seeing growing regional momentum around antimicrobial resistance, local manufacturing, climate and health, and mental health. These platforms are generating evidence, building skills, and fostering innovations that strengthen the entire ecosystem of health resilience. However, this progress must be sustained. We must remain united in addressing persistent challenges such as fragmented surveillance system, unequal access to emergency financing, and the limited availability of vaccines and countermeasures during the global crisis. The opportunities before us, raising political will, technological innovation, and expanding partnerships must now be consolidated into a regional roadmap for resilient health systems. Here, the political will by our Zambian president is the key. Health is number one. He's actually the champion for cholera. That's why we are going into manufacturing of the vaccine very soon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this RAC meeting must reaffirm our shared resolve to act decisively and together. Let us use this platform to strengthen multi-sectoral coordination across countries and sectors, deepen data sharing and cross-border collaboration, advance governance frameworks that ensure accountability, and mobilize sustainable financing for preparedness, including investments in local vaccine and health product manufacturing. Yes, financing is a problem, but if we come together, it will strengthen our efforts. Through solidarity and shared purpose, we can transform this platform into a true engine of regional health security, one that leaves no member state behind. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the upcoming Global Health Diplomacy Workshop here in Lusaka at the Legas Resort on 20th November, and the Ministerial Dialogue and Health Financing and our systems resilience later this month, let us carry forward these outcomes of RAC meeting. These platforms complement each other, linking technical coordinations, political dialogue, and diplomatic strategy into one coherent regional agenda for health security. Zambia remains firmly committed to working closely with ICSA, HC, and AGDA, and our partners to ensure that the outcomes of this week's deliberations translate into tangible results across all member states. Let's do it. Rwanda, teach us, tell us how to do it. The problem in a democracy, everyone is a champion. Nobody commands the other. So democracy has got also its own disadvantages, because we tend to defend wrong things at times in a democracy. Let's stand tall. Let's meet it. Cholera, some diseases, we can prevent them. In conclusion, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the World Bank, ICSA, HC, AGAD, and all development partners for their continued support. To my colleagues, permanent secretaries, directors, and technical leaders, your stewardship is essential to the success of this initiative. Together, we can build a region that is ready, resilient, and resolute in the face of our health emergencies. Only yesterday, I was comparing villages where I come from. In my village, there's no cholera. Where I come from, my village, well, that's my home. Here, I'm just awake. There's no cholera. Why? Because there we observe norms and respect. We don't put a well with the pit latrine next to each other. No way. But here, a pit latrine is here, a well is there. I don't know, maybe it's lack of space, congestion. No, that will kill us, and we should observe good norms. We have to learn from each other. As you sit, ask, let tell your friend, your neighbor, let me learn from you. Ask, tell them, let me learn from you. I'm not seeing you asking your neighbor, let me learn from you. Ask your neighbor. Ask your neighbor. And also in return, ask your neighbor. Yes, Rwanda, we want to learn from you. But don't learn from me because of my bad habits. I should learn from you. On behalf of the government and the people of Zambia, I officially declare the Regional Advisory Committee meeting open. I thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations.
Another round of applause for our Minister of Health. For officially launching the third Regional Advisory Committee meeting, and indeed highlighting and being thankful of the support that the World Bank provides to Zambia and the other 9 countries, and also the technical support that IGAD and EXA continue to provide, and wishing everyone in this meeting fruitful deliberations as we ensure that we strengthen our health systems. Guests of honor, distinguished invited guests, we've come to the end of our official opening ceremony, and how we're going to proceed from here, we're going to have a photo for the high table. Thereafter, we're going to have a group photo downstairs, and everyone in this room is invited for the group photo. Then that will be followed by a health break, and after the health break, we'll come back and reconvene in this room. So I'll invite the high table to be upstanding for a photo. Thank you very much. And after the group photo, the Minister of Health from Zambia, Dr. Elijah Mchima, will take leave. Thank you. So I'll invite the high table to be upstanding, and as the high table takes the photo, Honorable Minister, just to remind everyone that Zambia, and indeed many other countries, will be celebrating World Antimicrobial Resistance Week starting from 18th to 24th November. And we, as Zambia, we join the rest of the world in commemorating the week. Just down. All right. I'll invite the heads of delegations to come to the front and join the group photo. The permanent secretaries and heads of delegations, down. Bob. So for the rest of the participants, we can walk downstairs for the group photo. So I invite the rest of the participants to go downstairs for the group photo. So you're all invited for the group photo downstairs.
Colleagues will ask that we could use even the other exits such that we reach in time. Let's all gather downstairs for the family photo. There is another exit to the left. There is another exit to the left. You can use the exit to the left, and let's quickly gather downstairs.
but welcome your neighbor right now in your own way, please. Welcome them into the new session right now. Go right ahead. I will take the honor to say it once more so that we are together. I would like to invite each one of you at this moment to turn to your neighbor either on the right or on the left or both and welcome them into this new session in your own way. It could be a handshake, it could be a high five, whatever it is, just ensure there is a smile. Please go ahead, welcome your neighbor right now. That feels a bit warmer. Welcome back from the session in the morning, the opening session. My name is Samuel A. Bakutana. Samuel A. Bakutana. I am a certified executive coach by profession, trained by Coach Masters Academy in Singapore and Harvard Business School. I am an award-winning leadership consultant who got the Leadership Impact Award 2022 from the Republic of Uganda. I am a professional facilitator from the International Association of Facilitators. And as a coach, I belong to the ICF, the International Coaching Federation. I lead a team at Inspired Leaders International as the CEO, which is an international leadership development firm that empowers leaders to transform nations. I am a global speaker. I've had the opportunity of empowering leaders on 6 continents of the world. And I am an author. I love sharing information that builds people to build their institutions and their nations. I've written 26 books in the areas of leadership and management, business, education, health, fatherhood, parenting, marriage, to mention but a few. Married to one wife who is a female woman. Miss Universe, the queen of my heart, Honorable Charity. Blessed with 2 children, a boy and a girl. And I'm standing here before you, ladies and gentlemen, privileged to be the chief program facilitator from henceforth going on to the very end of this 3rd RAC meeting, 2025. What a pleasure to have all of you here. And I would like us, as we get into the new session, I would like us to really celebrate the people and the countries in the room in a special way. So when I mention a country, I invite you to make them feel like they are part of this RAC meeting, really. People from Mozambique, Mwabukabuti, Mikense Ngopfu Zidereko. Our friends from Rwanda, murihe nshuti zanje, muraho, murakomeye cyane, mufite imbaraga n'amahoro, mukomere, twishimiye cyane kubabona, Imana ibaha umugisha. Welcome Rwanda, please, with a round of applause. Our friends from Kenya are in the house. Watu wa Kenya, muko wapi? Nimefurahi sana kuwaona, muko salama? Tumewakaribisha leo. We have our friends from Zambia, the very place where Mulibwanji, Zambia. Zikomo. Mulunga akudalitseni. We have our friends from the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, Seja Louvado. Bom dia a todos, obrigado. We have Burundi in the house. Burundi mwaramutse muraho. Murakomeye cyane. Murakoze cyane kuza kubana natwe uyu munsi, Imana ibaha umugisha. Aha. We have our friends from the Democratic Republic of Congo in the house. Mbote na Bino, where are you, DRC? Ah, yeah, Mbote na Bino. Melesi Botondi, Nzambe Apomboro Bino. We have Malawi in the house. Mulibwanji nonse Malawi. Right there. Zikomo kwambiri, Mulungu akudalitseni. Aya. We have Botswana in the house. Not so. Botswana, where are you? Botswana, right there. Please welcome them. Welcome them. Modimo Ahasitse. All right. We have our friends from the great country of the origins. Ethiopia in the house. Welcome them, please, Ethiopia. In the Minachihu, Bereketi, Amesegnaleho. Awesome. Did I miss any? I think I didn't. Well, just in case I didn't welcome you, I'm going to let your neighbor to do it on my behalf. So just anybody next to you, tell them they know you, you are also welcome. You can be sure we are changing the mode of things going forward. I know that sometimes in these kinds of wonderful meetings, we keep it very straight jacket. We are looking tough on the face, but we are still human beings. Let's relax a bit and do things when we are happy with each other, right? All right. So at this moment, we are going to get into a segment where we are receiving a brief conversation and presentation about the actions that were agreed upon during the last regional advisory committee meeting. And it's my pleasure to welcome the person who is going to take us through that, a great man I met in Ethiopia some time ago at the Skylight Hotel, and we struck a chord. He currently serves as the head of the health unit at the IGAD Secretariat, where he steers the development and coordination of regional strategic health priorities, and he provides oversight for specialized centers of excellency across the region. In short, if there is a health agenda that needs regional muscle, chances are that this gentleman has already rolled up his sleeves in the place. He is a medical doctor by training with a specialization in public health. And his academic journey is really global. Spanning 3 continents, he earned his medical degree from the University of Khartoum in Sudan. He sharpened his expertise at the Royal Tropical Institute in Netherlands and added a Harvard Edge in the US. And along the way, he has completed a number of professional trainings in public health, intervention mapping, organizational development, and even leadership. Why don't you put your hands together, friends, and we receive this gentleman who is here to help us understand what we talked about in the previous RAC, none other than Dr. Elduma Mohammed. Please welcome him to the front with a round of applause. Make him feel at Zambia. Welcome.
You're talking about me? Good afternoon. I don't know if he was talking about me or someone else. Thank you very much, and we are very glad to have all of you here. And we were trying to communicate the previous 2 months to have this meeting happen, and I am really grateful to have all of you made it here. How is it? where I can. So my role is very short because we will have implementation progress from countries after this, and will be moderated by Zambia, and also will provide some space for head of delegation to reflect, and our DG EXA will help Zambia in moderating that. But for me, I just would like to remind people who were with us in the second video that we had it in the opening, the second RAC in Ethiopia in last November. We had agreed on some actions, and we would like just to remind you of this action and what we have progressed since then. I don't see this is moving. So we agreed last November. Actually, last November we have several panel discussions similar to this. We were having some panel discussion on local manufacturing, panel discussion on MBOX also. We have panel discussion on gender. This time you can see in the program we have different, and we are continuing some pressing topic like the MBOX and local manufacturing, but we have another this time on public health function. So last time we agreed as one of the recommendations that IGAD and EXA to cooperate with other regional organizations on human resource capacity matters. So you will see maybe in the next session that IGAD with the support of EXA and AFNet and Africa CDC and US CDC, we have revised the intermediate faculty curriculum, and that was one of the recommendations for us, and we have already completed and validated the revision, and we have some regional training, and also we have done mentors training, so that we take it from only revision to implementation. We brought representatives from all countries so that they can go back and apply. One of the action was strengthening cross-border surveillance through cross-border committees and others. And we have, since then, we implemented several cross-border meetings. Actually, we do strategic risk assessment. We do the contingency planning with the countries at the cross-border. And since then, as I mentioned, we did between Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Tanzania, other countries. So that's one of the action. One of the action improve inter-country learning, knowledge exchange. And this we have drafted a learning agenda along with countries, World Bank, IGAD and EXA, and we have consulted all the COPs, and we'll have session tomorrow on the learning agenda so that our head of delegation, PSs, they can give us their recommendation on the learning agenda. We also requested to align the regional intervention to the country national strategic plans, and since then we have many joint review for annual work plan, and we attended several sessions for planning so that we align the regional program with the country program. Like Rwanda, when they make the plan, then we have a meeting with them and other countries. So that was one of ways to strengthen the relationship and also alignment between the regional programming and the country program. One of the things that was recommended or noticed that the regional intervention were complex, highly impactful, but require significant resources. And since then, we had discussion with the bank, especially at the regional level, so that we can explore the possibility of additional financing for the regional organizations so that they can do this job. And we are glad now the bank, they give us green light that there will be some additional financing to support the regional approach for IGAD and EXA. Next. One of the sessions was on local manufacturing, and one of the recommendation or action was the local vaccine and pharmaceutical manufacturing is very important and critical, and we know that from COVID-19. And since then, the local manufacturing team under IGAD, they embark on the capacity building for the regulator and manufacturer, and we have collaborated also with countries and with organizations so that we can build the capacity for the pharmaceutical sector, so that we can at least move ahead with this agenda, so that we can have self-reliance by end of this program. We note that some countries are getting high funding from this MBA to establish vaccine facilities. Ethiopia and Kenya, they are getting over 80 million each, so that they can have, by end of this program or before, vaccine already manufactured. We have a lot of engagement at the political level, at the coordination level, at the higher level, because the local manufacturing agenda, it is a political agenda in the Africa. African Union, head of state, and RACs, all of them, they have programs, and also NIBAT, and now we have AMA is spearheading all these issues. So we have interaction with this so that we can raise this agenda, at least in the region. Next. Also, several countries, they revise their strategies so that they also support the local manufacturing, also strengthen the regulatory system. And we already announced in the morning that Ethiopia, they already have the now maturity level 3, and I think that will enable them to support the manufacturer so that they can now go ahead with improving the manufacturing of the medicine and other pharmaceuticals so that we can attain the ambitions that we have. Rwanda also, they are developing a regulatory strategy to support local pharmaceutical production. So this is what we have since last time. And as I mentioned already about Ethiopia, but Kenya also, they are really close to attain the maturity level 3, and they have been assessed last September. And we look forward by beginning of next year, hopefully, Kenya also, they can now attain the maturity level 3, which this is the minimum that they can now support the manufacturers and their country on local manufacturing. There was a recommendation on capacity building of the workforce on vaccine. I think next one. Yeah, I think also I mentioned we collaborated with WIPO and tried to transfer the technology to the region, and this is one of the challenges that we have it here. Most of those technologies are not in Africa. So we hope with some partnership as part of this program, we enhance the collaboration, north-south, and maybe south-south also, so that we can have the technology transfer. And we are working hard on that with IGAD and EXTEN. IGAD also engaged the Africa to initiate discussion on Africa bull procurement. I think this is another, we are working on local manufacturing, strengthening regulatory system, but also some countries in their program, I think Malawi and others, they have supplies. They will try to improve access to the health commodity and supplies. So we are also working with them and with Africa CDC so that we can benefit from the initiative on Africa pool procurement mechanism so that we can move ahead with this agenda. So we work on manufacturing, strengthening regulatory, and also improve the access to the supplies. Let me stop here. I think the objectives have been mentioned in the program in the morning, but I think the most important that this RAC serves as a strategic governance and oversight for us. And we are expecting that with the head of delegation and the PSs that are here, they can provide a strategic direction to the program, facilitating regional collaboration and addressing the policy strategic issues that can help us in the regional organization, but also we can help countries so that we align our implementation for the achievement of the MBA program. I would like to stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Erduma Mohamed. If you don't mind, let's appreciate him once again for the key highlights given. At this moment, I would like us to keep as alert and as awake as possible as we get into the next segment. Where I come from, East Africa, in Uganda, we have a special type of drum called Engarabi. I can see somebody rehearsing it in their mind right now. Engarabi. It's quite a very long drum, and when you have important meetings like this, it has to somehow be around in order to make people feel comfortable in meetings like this. But since I didn't carry one, we will imagine that we have one, each one of us. So it's from the ground up to around, your shoulder level. So join me now, and we drum the imaginable Engarabi in the air like this. Everyone, let's do this. Everyone, let's do this. You can be sure that as we do the imaginary drum, our blood flow will be better, we will be healthier in this meeting, not so. So sometimes when the one drumming the Engarabi gets excited, he leaves the top and he starts to hit the sides of the drum. So let's emulate him. You hit the sides of the drum. And sometimes there are some people by his side who lift it up when they're excited like him, and he starts to hit it from below. He hits it from below, and many times he's not the only one. They are like 2 or 3. One is here, one is there. So when it comes to the climax, he plays both of them. Both of them, both of them. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for the Engarabi health moment. John C. Maxwell, the author of the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership, says that leadership occurs at 5 stages. Number 1, position. Number 2, permission. Number 3, production. Number 4, people development. And number 5, pinnacle or personhood. At the first level of leadership, which is position, the leader emphasizes his rights by virtue of office. At the second level, which is permission, the leader emphasizes relationships that he has with the people he leads. At level number 3, which is production, the leader emphasizes the results he has produced for the institution. At level number 4, people development, the leader emphasizes reproduction, how he has reproduced himself in other people and equipped them. But at the topmost level, number 5 of pinnacle or personhood, the emphasis is on respect. He is listened to because of who he is and what he stands for. The next segment of our conversation right now centers around leadership level number 3, production. You can't be a good leader unless there are results you're showing. I would like you to put your hands together and welcome Dr. Kakungu Simpungwe, the Director, Public Health, Ministry of Health, to take us through the country implementation highlights. There has to be results, there has to be action, and we have the highlights with her right now. Make her feel welcome to the stage, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. May I have the presentation projected? Thank you so much. So, Honorable Permanent Secretaries and Heads of Delegation, we had a meeting yesterday as countries that are being supported by the World Bank, and we came up with this report that highlights the progress that we've made as countries with regards to achievement, challenges, suggested opportunities, as well as recommendations for the way forward. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So I think I'll start as we wait for the slides to be projected. Next slide. Next slide. So this is the overview of the key achievements that were reported by the countries. So what we are saying is that all countries, all the 10 participating countries have reported progress since we last met in Ethiopia last year. And of interest is that we have 2 new countries that are joining the project. And these are Botswana and Mozambique. We have implementation levels which are different in various countries, and I think we'll get to appreciate that as we look at individual presentations by countries. With regard to multi-sectoral coordination and One Health activities, it was reported that we have managed to develop One Health strategies, climate change disease profiling. We've also made efforts in conducting simulations and also strengthening cross-border arrangements with regard to establishment of cross-border committees. With respect to regional collaboration, the team is happy to report that there is active participation in Community of Practice, a platform that provides countries to learn from each other. There is also regional trainings that are currently taking place in various countries with regard to laboratory capacities, public health, emergency management, field epidemiology training program. We also got reports that we have strategic partnership with regional and global organizations. When we look at the workforce development, again, emphasis is being put on building capacity in key workforce, and these include the field epidemiology practitioners, public health emergency management officers, training in digital point of entry systems, as well as development regional pre-service curriculum guide prevention control and antimicrobial resistance. The last part is the pharmaceutical and vaccine local production initiative. We heard from some countries that there was attainment of maturity, level 3 by Ethiopia, in the Food and RAC Authority, as well as capacity building for medicines quality control laboratory. Another key report is that Kenya, Ethiopia, and the DRC are at stage of establishing manufacturing capacities. Next, please. So if we look at the progress on strengthening preparedness and response to health emergencies, we again got reports that we have managed to establish or strengthen public health emergency operation centers, biosafety security frameworks. There's also improvement in the lab quality improvements using stepwise laboratory improvement processes, as well as enhanced risk communication and community engagement. With regards to digitalization and innovation, we got reports from some countries that some countries have introduced electronic media records, as well as electronic public health emergency management systems, digital point of entry systems or tools, and then under non-communicable diseases and mental health initiatives, there are countries that are utilizing AI-assisted screening tools for mental health. The STEP survey, which help us to assess the disease burden of non-communicable diseases, is underway in many countries, and a few countries have already completed the survey. Then development of national action plans for health security is in progress in most countries. Next, please. So despite the successes or achievements that were shared by countries, they also gave us a feel of the challenges that they are facing with regards to implementation of the project. So the first one being delayed disbursement of funds at the country level from the World Bank, and this has different reasons that were advanced. One of them being the process of facilitating the release of these funds because of the parties involved, and then also the delayed disbursement mostly occasioned by internal fiscal challenges. So when we look at the performance of countries, the percentage of burn rate ranges between 7 and 38%. Project management for the project, some countries have not yet established project implementation units, which has actually affected the implementation of the program. And there were also countries that reported a high staff turnover, which also affected the implementation of the planned activities. Limited capacity on integration of climate and gender in health emergencies, because of reliance on external support and especially technical assistance. Then under gaps in One Health, mainstreaming in the project, we learned that countries still need a lot of support in this area. Weak multi-sectoral coordination and collaboration, gaps exist in data sharing across multiple sectors within the country, countries, and these we are talking about sectors that anchor human, animal, and environmental health. Next. So we have the achievements, we have the challenges, but we also identified opportunities after learning from each other, what is working well, and where can we enhance our capacity so that the project moves in the right direction. So these are the opportunities that were identified by member states. The first one being knowledge management and networking to enhance cross-learning. So I think the first statement I made was that most countries have made progress in the implementation of the project, but they're at different levels. So this provides an opportunity for countries that are lagging behind to learn from those who are ahead of them. And this also calls for promotion of South-to-South learning as a way of improving capacities in countries. With regard to cross-border preparedness and surveillance, there is an opportunity for the project to strengthen regional data sharing protocols so that we all speak or sing from the same hymn book, joint outbreak investigations so that countries are able to leverage resources and also respond in a coordinated manner to outbreaks. And cross-border coordination platforms, I think that is another opportunity that we can think of. Then shared mentorship in laboratory-related systems across countries, that is another opportunity that we can enhance as member states. And this also includes equipment standardization and inter-country sample referrals so that we are able to share best practices as well as knowledge, especially among lab scientists. Under One Health, opportunities exist in ensuring that we have, we co-develop and adopt regional One Health standards in a collaborative manner, also enhancing surveillance so that we have like a common understanding, interpretation of what One Health entails in our region and how we respond as member countries. So it's very important that we take advantage of this opportunity and strengthen this particular aspect, which is working well in some countries and not in others. Technical assistance for priority, high demand interventions for health emergencies is another area of opportunity that was identified. Under pharmaceutical and vaccine manufacturing, again, as we learned earlier on, there are countries that have moved ahead, so peer-to-peer learning from MPA countries on regulatory harmonization frameworks will be very beneficial to participating countries. Next. So we continue with opportunities that were identified under capacity building and workforce development. It's important we think about coming up with regional training hubs for public health emergency management, for field epidemiology, training program, antimicrobial resistance control, biosafety, so that we have a pool of health workers who are able to respond to health emergencies in a collaborative manner. I think it is also important to appreciate that we have people who are experts in various countries in various fields, and an opportunity exists for us to pull together this team of mentors who can assist countries to reach where they need to be in terms of capacities. Digital health and emergency informatics, an opportunity exists for us to harmonize regional early warning systems, which include electronic integrated disease surveillance and response, dashboards that the minister talked about, and digital point of entry tools. So these are opportunities for us to utilize digital technologies to enhance our program. Then sharing digital platforms and analytical tools so that we all have a common understanding, interpretation of the data that we are working with. Under gender and climate integration, an opportunity exists for us to have joint climate and gender integration tools where gaps exist, and also to guide regional technical partners. We also have an opportunity to collaborate with other organizations in the region beyond EXA, IGAT, and the World Bank, and those are the ones listed on the right. So these are opportunities for us to enhance what we are doing so that we reach our full potential. Next, please. So with those opportunities, observed challenges and achievements, the team came up with some strategic recommendations which can help us to move our project forward. So the first one is under strengthening financing and implementation. We are recommending that we accelerate fund disbursement, which was noted as one of the challenges, as well as fast-track recruitment of PIU and technical officers, especially for countries that are lagging behind. Under strengthening regional coordination mechanisms for health emergencies, the recommendation is that we establish harmonized real-time cross-border information sharing protocols, strengthen IGAT ex-country coordination on climate and gender integration. Under enhanced climate and health nexus, the recommendations are that we integrate climate and health data to improve early warning and disease surveillance. We mainstream gender-responsive interventions in the project, and we also build national capacities through regional technical support, reducing reliance on external technical assistance. So we can build our own pool of experts who can be on hand to support member countries. The other recommendation, next please. The other recommendation under promoting sustainability and ownership of the HEP MPA initiative, the recommendation is that we encourage governments to own the project and the programs that are being undertaken under the project with a view to ensuring sustainability of interventions. And this will call for increased domestic financing. Under priority workforce strengthening and development, as we earlier on shared, we still continue emphasizing the need for us to institutionalize field epidemiology training program, establish regional training hubs, build a pooled regional mentorship, which we talked about, strengthen multidisciplinary capacity teams, and also promote south-to-south learning exchange on vaccine manufacturing. There are some countries that have already established such, so we should promote such learnings, as well as in laboratory quality systems and climate health analytics. So we have good practices that member countries can learn from each other. Next. Next, please. Under Accelerate One Health integration in health emergencies, the recommendation is that we develop country-specific and harmonized One Health operational frameworks, and we also invest in interoperable data systems across human, animal, and environmental sectors. Under strengthened laboratory and surveillance systems, we recommended that we enhance stepwise some laboratory system there to support and improve accreditation pathways. Then we also recommended that we improve event-based surveillance and digital integrated disease surveillance and response, point of entry, digitalization. We support establishment and operationalization of collaborative surveillance and establish or strengthen antimicrobial resistance and surveillance systems. Under support local manufacturing and supply chain, the recommendations are that we strengthen maturity of the national regulatory authorities, as well as promote shared learning for vaccine and pharmaceutical production readiness. So this is where our presentation as a team, as a collective team ends, but we have individual specific presentations by member countries who are going to highlight the key achievements and some of the key challenges with their recommendations. Allow me to invite Ethiopia to make the first one-slide presentation. So we'll have Ethiopia, will be followed by Kenya, and then Malawi. We'll go like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I will present the Health Emergency Preparedness Response and Resilience MEPA project implementation progress for Ethiopia. So as with all member states, the disbursement and also utilization with this project is a problem. And as you can see also for my country, the next slide. Yes. So the major achievements are National One Strategy developed and interministerial memorandum of understanding signed among four sectors or ministries that are already with One Health, with the denominator health, animal health, environmental health, and also public health. We have also developed 10 years roadmap for Ethiopia biopharma and shield vax, and a risk communication strategy, and also MR prevention and the containment strategy developed. We have also established an advisory committee and also established ASP at 328 facilities in Ethiopia, antimicrobial stewardship program. So we have prepared environmental and social screenings and environmental and social management plans for the project and also sub-projects. The other very important issues, capacity building and the mentorship program, training in the area of genomics and the bioinformatics centers, establishment and operations, and the capacity building training for in-country regulators and also researchers, and experience sharing and benchmarking, support on digital health improvement, such as DHS2, EFM, EMR, and e-learning and the platforms. Infrastructure, the other is infrastructure and renovation supports to regulatory body, research institute, and also agencies. The other one is digitalization of agencies to improve their efficiency. So with regard to FDA, we have achieved WHO maturity level 3, as has been already said. On average of operationalization is regulatory quality, laboratory for vaccine, and also other health products. With Ethiopian Public Health Institute, we have country-led outbreak investigation for the endemic and emerging and also re-emerging diseases like mpox, malaria, anthrax, cholera, and recently, for the first time, Marburg. And we have cross-border collaboration and knowledge sharing, such as strategy risk assessment and a multi-hazard preparedness health emergency coordination plan. Working toward this for IRI and the Research Institute, we are working toward its role as contact research organization. And ShieldVax, on average of starting the actual groundwork since capacity building is completed. Our next step priority is expedite project implementation, including field epidemiology, surgery team, procurement process that's lagging behind, and we need to work to transition to the next phase of ShieldVax. I thank you. Thank you for giving us additional space after negotiation. Thank you.
Amesegna leo. In case you're wondering what I've just said, I said thank you in Amharic from Ethiopia. This is to help us get to know how we are going to do it. Next is going to be Kenya, followed by Malawi, followed by DRC, followed by Sao Tome and Principe, followed by Burundi, then Rwanda, and finally Zambia. Mozambique and Botswana, new members, they may not make a presentation. And I have had advice from the director that each team, each presentation is to take only 2 minutes. So once you come, please just take some 2 minutes. You can be sure I will be nearby to really help you take only 2 minutes. So I will help, don't mind. But if you do it yourself, that will even be much better. So let's welcome Kenya as Malawi gets ready, please. Karibu, karibu sana.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will make a presentation and highlight the progress for the Kenya HEPRI project. The project financing is up to 120 million, became effective on the 27th of November 2024, and is scheduled to close on the 31st of December 2028. In terms of progress, the major achievement we've had is that the Kenya BioVax facility has been able to set up a wastewater treatment plant, which was financed by the government of Kenya to be able to strengthen the biomanufacturing capacity. Despite this achievement, the project has not been able to get any disbursement due to loan lapses. And so this is one of the areas that is hindering implementation of the project. We also had stringent disbursement conditions that have contributed to the delays, and therefore this is an area that as a country we need to close attention to it to be able to achieve our results. We've been able to leverage on local resources at our institutions, that is the National Quality Control Lab, the Kenya BioVax Institute, the National Public Health Institutes, and the Ministry of Health to be able to maintain momentum in some of the areas of implementation. And also through partnership, we've been able to carry out the JE assessments, been able to develop the National Action Plan for Health Security, risk assessments at the points of entry. We've also had SLIPTA audits of the labs. These are 7 labs that were selected for SLIPTA. So going forward, as a country, we will require technical assistance to be able to, will require technical assistance, which will enable us, the National Regulatory Authority, that is the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, to work towards achieving maturity level 3. This will require support for mock assessments, and also this will be able to facilitate a waiver of the associated disbursement conditions. We'll also require
technical assistance to be able to develop the terms of reference of specialized consulting services, especially in matters technology transfers and also agreements that we need to have at the country level and also with other countries. So, so this is basically the progress of the country. We remain committed to achieve the objectives of the project once these challenges are resolved. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Kenya, a country rumored to be the cradle of humankind. Good rumor, not so. Let's welcome our friends from Malawi, the warm heart of Africa.
Already here to buy a little bit of time. Thank you so much, moderator, and also the member of the House. I'll present for Malawi. I'll go straight to the key achievements. On the achievement will be in twofold. One, responding to JE of 2024, whereby we have like a Lego mapping for by safety, by security was done. And also we have the costed NAPs, adaptation of development of draft MDRO also done. And also we had cross-border action plans with our neighbors, Zambia. On the high level, under result framework, we have managed also to have stricter audits for 8 labs identified, and also development of BOQs and architectural drawings, guidelines in line with climate change resilience and also gender integration. And also we managed to do the gender responsive training under 717, and also roll out intermediate feedback program, and also develop a comprehensive roadmap on integrated national dashboard. Key challenges, as also most of the countries are facing, is disbursement delays between the approval and also effective conditions. And also competing schedules among the stakeholders when we are implementing. What about in terms of the best practices and also innovations? It means we're talking about leveraging resources across the sector and also development partners, and also efficiency gains, leveraging from the progress from other projects within the ministry. We had other projects within the World Bank, COVID project, and also maybe project within the ministry, those efficiency gains so that we can also leverage from that. What to move forward in terms of area of coordination and support. We're talking about issues of area of the digital health, issues of integrated national dashboard. It means as a country we have a lot of dashboards. It means we need to have the national dashboards the way other countries are doing. We need to learn from Zambia. We need also to learn from Rwanda. And also development of electronic evidence-based surveillance. Since we are using the manual-based, it means we need to move that way. And also end-to-end supply chain management, also from the planning level up to the end level. And also development of an advanced feedback program, as other countries are doing. We need also maybe that area of coordination and also support. And also continue SLIPTA, and also by safety, by security framework. I submit. Thank you so much.
He's busy asking me for a medal for being within his time, just because I didn't stand up when 2 minutes were over. Thank you very much, Malawi. Zikomo Kwambiri. Let's now welcome DRC, and as DRC comes, I would like Sao Tome and Principe to please be getting closer. Let's welcome the country that is exceptionally rich in mineral resources, $24 trillion worth of underground mineral deposits, DRC.
Bonjour à tout le monde, je vais parler en français. Voilà. Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Donc, je vais aller directement sur les réalisations du projet. Donc, depuis le mois de février de cette année, notre taux de décaissement est à 11,7%. Et les principales réalisations, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons un plan d'action nationale de sécurité sanitaire. Nous avons financé la formation en master en santé publique de 255 personnes, dont 25 en épidémiologie de terrain pour la partie avancée. Alors, nous implémentons également les activités de PCI WASH dans les établissements de soins, en collaboration avec l'UNICEF pour l'instant. Et en collaboration avec l'OIM, nous sommes en train de renforcer les capacités minimales dans 3 points d'entrée, donc à Sombalesa, qui nous unit avec la Zambie, et avec l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, nous sommes en train d'implémenter le vaccin contre le HPV dans le cadre de la lutte contre le cancer du col. Alors, les priorités pour l'année prochaine vont se focaliser sur les maladies non transmissibles, incluant aussi la santé mentale. Et à cela, nous aurons besoin d'un accompagnement technique au niveau régional. Il s'ensuit aussi la question de production locale de médicaments. En fait, nous voulons arriver à améliorer la maturité de notre autorité de régulation pharmaceutique de la RDC. Nous allons aussi travailler sur la résistance antimicrobienne, la qualité de laboratoire. Nous voulons arriver à améliorer nos laboratoires jusqu'à les faire arriver à la cible de 3 étoiles. Et ça, nous louons l'accompagnement de EXA. Et sur des questions de digitalisation et innovation telles que nous en avons parlé au niveau du COP, ce sera aussi une priorité. Donc il faut dire que sur le plan des défis en RDC, c'est plus la coordination sur des questions climat et santé. Il y a plusieurs initiatives et nous voulons arriver à coordonner toutes ces parties prenantes qui travaillent sur ces thématiques. Alors il y a aussi la question de la surveillance à base communautaire. En fait, pour le pays, il est vaste, mais aussi il y a des contraintes liées aux infrastructures, notamment tout ce qui concerne l'électricité, la couverture en réseau cellulaire, mais aussi l'Internet. Donc, c'est des questions qui doivent être débattues pour que nous puissions améliorer la surveillance à base communautaire dans le pays. Donc, sur le plan de leçons apprises, il faut juste dire qu'au début du projet, nous nous sommes mis d'accord sur le besoin en appui technique, ce qui nous a permis de pouvoir identifier les différentes requêtes qui nous ont permis d'avancer surtout sur des questions de passation de marché. Il faut noter aussi qu'avec la banque, il y a une bonne collaboration. Chaque 2 semaines, nous faisons des réunions afin de pouvoir anticiper sur le goulot d'étranglement et faire avancer les différentes activités. Voilà, je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Zambia Pambora Yo, home of Kandabongo man. Well done, let's appreciate them for the presentation. Sao Tome and Principe is already here.
Bom dia, boa tarde. São Tomé e Príncipe começou a implementação do projeto em junho de 2024. Com o projeto, nós tínhamos as nossas prioridades, que eram especificamente a elaboração dos manuais ou procedimentos retores que eram necessários para nós podermos estar organizados em termos de preparação e emergências de saúde pública. E é com isso que nós começamos com a implementação do manual, colaboração no Manual Nacional de Preparação e Resposta à Emergência de Saúde Pública, Manual de Biossegurança, Estratégia Nacional para a Vigilância ao RAM, orientações para o estabelecimento de uma gestão eficaz de antimicrobianos e o próprio Plano Nacional para a Prevenção e Controle de Infecção. Eram os instrumentos reitores que eram uma necessidade, uma prioridade ao nível do Ministério da Saúde, e estes instrumentos todos foram conseguidos com assessoria tanto da IGAD como da ETSA. Também nós fizemos a capacitação dos pontos de entradas. Apesar de sermos da ilha, temos um porto e um aeroporto, e então havia uma necessidade de formar os quadros. Formamos os técnicos de laboratórios, capacitar os técnicos de laboratórios, principalmente no âmbito das auditorias, e a própria integração do sistema digital em saúde. Claro que disso todo nós temos desafios, os desafios que é a própria implementação da vigilância climática, ambiental e principalmente e também a vigilância animal. Há uma necessidade de nós podermos integrar melhor a saúde animal, a ambiental e climática. Então para nós é um desafio tentar integrá-lo como no sistema de saúde. Nós temos desafio no dados, então nós precisamos de uma plataforma onde esteja todas as informações integradas, assim podemos tomar decisão. Então para nós está sendo um desafio, apesar de já nós termos uma plataforma que é o DHS2 que nós usamos ao nível do Sistema Nacional de Saúde, mas para os outros, para o nível ambiental, o nível animal, já não existe esse sistema, então nós queremos ver que haja uma integração de dados, assim temos os dados confiáveis para tomar decisão. Há uma necessidade, o desafio é a nossa implementação da vigilância genômica ao nível do país e, propriamente, a formação dos profissionais capacitados para dar resposta em qualquer evento de saúde pública. As melhores práticas. Com o projeto, nós conseguimos estabelecer a expansão da vigilância baseada em eventos ao nível nacional e fortalecemos a nível de indicadores. Começamos a introdução dos dados da nossa plataforma em todas as vertentes e também melhorou a coordenação interministerial e setorial em termos de gestão da emergência de saúde pública. Claro que nós ainda temos muito que aprender, em termos de apoio vamos precisar de apoio, principalmente para a formação dos quadros em epidemiologia de campo, para instituir a própria epidemiologia de campo em Santo Tomé e Príncipe, que ainda não temos, e a própria integração e a implementação da vigilância climática em Santo Tomé e Príncipe. Há uma necessidade de nós fazermos isso, porque ainda não há essa visão de que devemos olhar para o clima e fazer essa integração com a saúde. Então, há uma necessidade de apoio nesse sentido, e a vigilância genômica, sim, nós já fazemos para a tuberculose, mas também temos que pensar para as outras doenças que têm de saúde pública. Então, há uma necessidade, nós vamos precisar de apoio nesse sentido, e a parte da digitalização, que é sempre importante, a digitalização em saúde, onde com os dados nós podemos tomar todas as decisões e assim podemos... Já? Tá bom, eu acho que é tudo isso que eu queria passar para vocês. Quer dizer que Santo Tomé está muito engajado nesse projeto e vai aproveitar desta coordenação desses países todos para poder melhorar, capacitar e fortalecer o seu sistema.
Another round of applause for Sao Tome, please. Better hand clap. Obrigado, obrigado non. Yeah. Said it right? Awesome. Sao Tome and Principe, thank you very much. The home of the second highest literacy rate in Africa, at 92% literacy rate in Africa. And in 2021, Sao Tome and Principe surpassed the SDG 3 target. So thank you very much for the great work well done. We only have 3 more to go. And so at this moment, I just want us to do something simple. If you don't mind, those that don't mind. Those that mind, feel free. But those that don't mind, kindly get on your feet, please. We do something small, and then we receive the last 3. In case you mind, feel free, please. Keep seated, all is well. But in case you need your blood to flow and be real, an embodiment of true health, then you could join me. Why don't you stretch yourself in your own way? Just go ahead for 10 seconds. Stretch yourself in your own way. I was about to say stretch your neighbor. I knew that was very dangerous. Stretch yourself, please, a little bit. Maybe you could do this. You could put your hands together, then push them outwards and stretch. Now join me and we spell the word coconut. Ready? 1, 2, 3, let's go. C-O-C-O-N-U-T. One of the things I do is empowering leaders to be great communicators. And one of the things we talk about is that 93% of effective communication is done without words. That is 38% the tone of your voice, and 55% the non-verbal communication, which has the facial expression, the gestures of the hands, the body posture, and the stage movement. So let's practice that with the word coconut before we get our last 3 presentations. Let's use our arms to write the letter C. C. Now let's do O. We do C on the opposite direction now. Another O again with your arms. Some people's O has a gap. It's like this. Okay? And then letter N, we are doing the lowercase, the small one. It has 2 legs. So this is leg number 1. And then this is leg number 2. The other 2 are together. Now you will use your back to form letter N. Letter U. And now letter T, be careful who is next to you, please. Letter T. There's a small song we used to sing. Ta-la-la-la, ta-la-la, 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 ta-la-la-la, ta-la-la, tan-tan-tan. When I look at your faces, you also sang it. So we are using C-O-C-O to sing it. How we go? C-O-C-O-N-U-T, N-U-T, N-U-T, C-O-C-O-N-U-T, N-U-T. Non-verbal communication. 1, 2, 3, we go. C-O-C-O-N-U-T, N-U-T, N-U-T, C-O-C-O-N-U-T, N-U. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Inshuti zanje, abavuye Burundi, murakaze neza, ngwino hano utubwire. Let's welcome Burundi, the home of the royal dramas, recognized by UNESCO.
I have to put it. Ok, merci. Bonjour à tout le monde. Pour le Burundi, le projet a été financé pour un budget de 50 millions de dollars. Et aujourd'hui, nous sommes à un taux de décaissement de 18,38%. Le projet va clôturer en juin 2029. Les principales réalisations du pays, c'est qu'on a dû passer par des mémorandums d'entente qui ont été signés entre le ministère de la Santé et les organismes comme l'UNICEF et l'OMS pour des budgets de 2 656 456 pour l'acquisition des vaccins et pour l'assistance à la lutte contre Mpox et les maladies à fièvre hémorragique pour un budget de 6 536 705 dollars. En rapport avec le progrès sur les indicateurs du projet, Aujourd'hui, nous avons 2 indicateurs de développement du projet qui ont atteint la cible finale du projet. Les autres indicateurs, il y en a qui sont sur un bon point d'avancement, mais d'autres stagnent encore. Quels sont les défis majeurs que le Burundi a connus? C'est un défi majeur sur une année, 2 mois après la mise en vigueur du projet, on n'avait pas de financement. La raison pour laquelle nous n'avions pas beaucoup à vous présenter. Un autre défi majeur, c'est que le Burundi vient de connaître une restructuration administrative avec implication des changements au niveau des postes, au niveau des ministères. Ceci va nous retarder dans la mise en œuvre du projet. Quelles sont nos perspectives? Et nous devons tout faire pour accélérer la mise en œuvre du projet afin de récupérer le temps perdu. Est-ce qu'on a des besoins en assistants techniques? Effectivement, nous en avons besoin. Nous aurons besoin d'une assistance pour les aspects en rapport avec le changement climatique. Nous aurons besoin également d'assistants techniques sur les aspects genre et dans des formations spécialisées dans le domaine des laboratoires. Et enfin, comme activité urgente à mener, le Burundi compte acquérir un appareil d'imagerie médicale et vu que le problème que nous connaissons aujourd'hui en rapport avec l'énergie, l'électrification au niveau du pays, nous comptons solariser, c'est-à-dire installer des plaques solaires pour permettre à toutes nos écoles paramédicales, d'enseignement médical, de bien fonctionner sans coupure de courant, le laboratoire national de référence, le laboratoire national vétérinaire, ainsi que 10 unités de production d'oxygène pour lesquelles le projet, un des projets financés par la Banque mondiale, a financé à hauteur de plus de 3 millions de dollars. Et enfin, nous encourageons et nous remercions beaucoup la collaboration avec EXA et IGAD et nous souhaiterions qu'ils soient toujours à nos côtés. Je vous remercie.
Urakoze cyane mwene data mwene wacu w'Uburundi. And right now we are going to receive Rwanda in the house, the land of 1,000 hills, the land of 1,000 smiles, the home of zipline.
Good afternoon. During the course of the last year project implementation, Rwanda registered a number of achievements, and these include training of laboratory auditors, where 24 lab professionals were trained, and among of them, 11 were recommended for certification, and these, once certified, will be instrumental to advance the laboratory accreditation process. We also enrolled 4 laboratories in this accreditation process, whereby currently 1 laboratory has achieved 3-star, which is the project target. We are planning to enroll more laboratories stepwisely. We also, in collaboration with EXA, developed a digital point of entry screening tool, which is being used at point of entries, including airports and borders. In collaboration as well with EXA, we designed the national digital system for mental health and NCD services. And once this in place, it will be used to conduct remote consultation, individual and community screening of mental health disorders, but also digitalizing the follow-up of clients, including sending calls and SMS reminder. and consequently, this will improve the quality of supply chain by use of modern psychotropic medicine and alternatives. Though we achieved the above, we are not short of challenges, and these include integration of health and meteorological data, which remains our top priority, but also systems interoperability, though we have a number of systems, but we are still having a way to go in integrating and have them interoperable. As of innovation and best practices we can share include the digital POE screening tool, the electronic medical record deployment at the level, up to the level of health centers, but also this national digital system for mental health and NCD services. We also can share the quality improvement strategies which will be used to advance the laboratory accreditation process. The areas which need support include local manufacturing, the research aspect, but also integration of surveillance system. Murakoze cyane.
Nawe urakoze cyane muyobozi mwiza, mwene wacu, mwene data, muvandimwe, Imana ikurinde guha umugisha. All right. At this moment, we are going to receive none other than Zambia. And after Zambia, then we will have a 1 to 2 minute brief reflection from the PSCs about these things that have been talked about, and then we will break off for our lunch. So let's welcome the land where 30% of the land is designated as national parks and game reserves, Zambia. Still in the house? Yeah, I'm told here in Zambia, it is cultural that when they invite somebody and you don't clap, they are not supposed to come. Now she's coming, you see? We now know the culture. After that, we will get the brief reflections from the permanent secretaries about what has been spoken about.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so my name is Miranda Kazembe. I will make a presentation on behalf of Zambia. Okay, so I'll start by sharing the key achievements. We conducted capacity building activities by training 200 healthcare workers in adolescent health. 25 staff were trained in water quality monitoring, 54 staff in mental health, 121 healthcare workers in nutrition in emergency. And then we screened 5,000 malnourished children for TB in 10 districts. This was targeting the hotspots, the hotspot districts in the country. Then we had 30 health promotion officers trained in health emergencies. And the other achievement is the project implementation manual that was developed and is in use. Then we also had the MOU signed with IGAD. Then we've also constituted the steering committee, and 2 meetings have been held so far. Then the 2026 annual work plan budget has already been developed, and we are just waiting for the steer code to approve and then submit to the World Bank. Then 5,000 participants and 1,000 facilitators training manuals for polyvalent CBVs. These have been validated and ready for use. Then the major challenges that we have include delayed recruitment of the PIU and the delayed signing of the agreement with UNICEF to expedite procurement. This delayed signing of the agreement with UNICEF, this has delayed the procurement of a lot of equipment that we had planned to procure in the 2025 budget. And then in terms of best practices, stakeholder engagement, especially line ministries and communities. And then electronic integrated disease surveillance system and effective implementation of the 717. And the areas that we need support or coordination, we need a lot of support where JEMPA training is concerned, and then development of the health, emergency cross-border response plans. We still need a lot of support where that is concerned. Then the joint work plans to enhance One Health collaboration, that is also an area that we need support. Then also climate change and health adaptation. I submit, thank you.
Thank you so much. Zikomo, Zikomo, Zikomo. I would like us to give an appreciation to all the people who have presented, but I will tell us how we will do it. One of the biggest killers of people on this continent is the top three. One, diseases, the top three. Number one, malaria. Number two, okay, we will go with number one today. We will go with number one. And we know that malaria comes from something called a mosquito, not so. So we are going to give all the people who have presented a mosquito clap. When I say mosquito, mosquito, I would like you to show that it is, you know, all around us, and you can make it sound zzz. When I say catch it, just do this, catch it. When I say kill it, we do that, and that's how we will be clapping for the people who have presented wonderful presentations while eliminating malaria, kicking malaria out of Africa. Okay, everybody join me, please. Mosquito, mosquito. Shh. Mosquito, mosquito. Shh. Catch it. Ah, somebody has killed it already. Somebody has killed it already. You need to follow this, the SOPs so that there is no health problem. The SOP said when they say catch it, you don't kill it. Okay. Mosquito, mosquito. Shh. Mosquito, mosquito. Catch it. Catch it. And for the people who have presented, kill it. Kill it. Once more. Great. Thank you for those great presentations. So before we go for lunch, we want to just get very brief reflections, 1 to 2 minute max, from our permanent secretaries in response to the brief updates and key implementation highlights that have been given from the different countries. When I was in primary school, my name being Bakutana, whenever they would be giving some wonderful gifts and they say, let's go alphabetically, I would say I am Bakutana. Whenever they say we are going to be punishing you, and we will go alphabetically, I would say I am Zakutana, Zakutana, because I would want to come last for the punishment. We are going to do it this way. Alphabetical order of the countries available here. We will get the PSs to give their 1 to 2 minute reflections in alphabetical order. That makes Burundi coming first, followed by PS DRC, followed by Ethiopia, followed by Kenya, then Malawi, Rwanda thereafter, followed by Sao Tome and Principe, and once more ending with Zambia. So put your hands together. Welcome, PS from Burundi. 1 to 2 minutes of reflection. Feel free to stay where you are. I will also stay here so that we can manage our time concerning the movement.
Thank you very much, facilitator. But before, I want to know exactly what we are asked to present.
Yeah, just a comment about what you've seen being presented. Basically, just giving a comment in case you have one.
Okay, thank you very much. So, as a general comment, through presentation from a different country, we see that almost all countries are just starting according to the rate of implementation. And I have seen that different countries have different priorities. So this is a good opportunity for us to share different experience from country to other country according to what they have prioritized. So as a general comment, we have to go back to our country to adapt if there are some delay, as the project has its time, we have to go back and to adapt so that we can stay within our time, the time of the project. That is a general comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate. So we are going to continue with those remarks from the PSCs. And at this moment, it would be prudent for us to have somebody deeply technical in this area to give us guidance. So I'm going to request the DG, the Director General, to lead this conversation as the different PSCs give the different comments and reflections. So DG, make the DG feel welcome. And so as the DG comes, DRC, please get ready, DS, to give your 1 to 2 minute reflection. Very welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, the Doctor of Ceremony. So I think I will follow the order that has been outlined by the Doctor of Ceremony. So now we are going to DRC.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole que vous nous accordez en ce moment. La RDC s'est réjouie très sincèrement de faire partie de pays qui implémentent ces projets aussi importants pour la région, étant donné que nous sommes confrontés à beaucoup d'incidents. Nous sommes confrontés à beaucoup d'événements de santé publique qui perturbent la santé de nos populations et qui retardent la productivité, qui retardent les développements. Donc la RDC est dans ces projets qu'elle implémente depuis février 2025. Sur un montant de 250 millions, comme les chargés de suivi et évaluation l'a dit, mais nous sommes encore à un taux de décaissement autour de 11,7%, étant donné que nous avons connu un petit retard de démarrage. Mais maintenant, nous sommes dans le bain, nous sommes vraiment dans l'implémentation. Jusqu'à présent, je pense que nous sommes plutôt très fiers de nous dire que, à travers ces projets, nous avons pu mettre en place, ou je dirais actualiser notre plan national, notre plan d'action national sur la sécurité sanitaire. Mais nous avons également pu payer les bourses pour environ 255 cadres et agents du ministère de la Santé publique, Hygiène et Prévoyance sociale qui sont allés pour la maîtrise à l'école de santé publique de l'Université de Kinshasa, mais bien entendu aussi de Lubumbashi et de Bukavu. Et parmi tous ceux qui ont été formés, nous avons formé spécifiquement une cinquantaine de cadres en matière de surveillance, en matière de préparation, détection, riposte aux épidémies qui sont vraiment toujours à notre portée. Et nous sommes très contents qu'en travaillant ensemble, comme le ministre de la Santé de la Zambie vient de dire, en travaillant ensemble, en surveillant nos frontières, en implémentant des stratégies ensemble. Quand il faut vacciner, nous vaccinons ensemble. Quand il faut éduquer, sensibiliser, nous le faisons ensemble. Et chaque fois, nous venons pour faire le point, comment nous sommes en train d'évoluer, chaque pays par rapport à ses difficultés, ses défis. Nous partageons les bonnes expériences, les bonnes pratiques des uns et des autres pour pouvoir résoudre nos problèmes et aller de l'avant, afin d'assainir un peu cette région de tous ces problèmes de santé publique qui nous agacent. Alors, en dehors de cela, donc, nous félicitons l'appui de ces comités régionaux de pilotage. Et la RDC reste déterminée et engagée à pouvoir continuer à implémenter ces projets avec beaucoup plus de succès. Mais bon, dans un tout prochain jour, la RDC va mettre en place également son comité national de pilotage du projet en lien avec la préparation, en lien avec la détection, la riposte et en lien avec la résilience du système de santé, de manière à ce que nous puissions faire face à tous ces enjeux qui perturbent notre développement. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Thank you very much. I think those were very good reflections. And I can see that you have made a number of progress in terms of strengthening the health security in the country. However, you mentioned some of the challenges, and that's the essence of us meeting here to discuss different strategies and approaches on how we can engage in the fight against public health emergencies. Otherwise, thank you very much. Now we move on to Ethiopia. Laos?
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Okay.
You want me to continue?
Go ahead, please.
All right. So, good afternoon. In fact, I was told that we would be having 3 to 5 minutes, but I'm hearing that we'll be having 1 to 2 minutes. I'll try to negotiate and I'll stay to finish in 3 minutes. So, on behalf of Ethiopia, I would like to thank IGAD, EXA, and the World Bank for the strong support and partnership. And as we all know, Ethiopia is a country of 120 million and is connected globally through Ethiopian Airlines and sharing borders with 7 countries. And our geography and connectivity definitely makes us vulnerable. So for us, the regional approach that we're using is not an option, it's a must for us. And pathogens definitely cross borders, as it has been said repeatedly, and our solutions also need to cross borders. So through this HEPAR project, repeatedly we've been mentioning that Ethiopia was able to achieve maturity level 3. Maturity level 3, and I believe this is a big achievement for the country as well as for the region as well. We'll be heading to vaccine production groundworks. We're strengthening on that, and we're getting through this phase as a country. And as I said, vaccine production is a matter of sovereignty, and we rely on coordination and harmonization with our member states, and we hope to share experiences and the products, of course, at the end. And at the meantime, we're also working on the One Health strategy, on our One Health strategy, and we have developed One Health, on the second national One Health strategy and National Action Plan for Health Security. And we're also progressing in completing our sub-national health security assessment. And we are also strengthening our digital health the systems very much rapidly. And it has been repeatedly saying, I don't want to repeat all these ideas, and our workforce capacity has significantly expanded. But I would like to emphasize that all these approach that all these activities that we've been doing is being translated into a real outbreak response capacity. We had a recent outbreak of Mpox recently, and we were able to detect cases early and integrate our surveillance with our polio and measles campaign. And we tried to reach households directly, and sequencing was also done in-house, in-country. And isolation and treatment centers were established, and the outbreak was, I would say, controlled quite quickly. We had 32 cases and with a single days. And I'm sure you have heard that, and it was being mentioned earlier as well, we've declared an outbreak of Marburg in Ethiopia a couple of days ago, and testing and sequencing were conducted in country again, which has made it very much convenient for our response. And contact tracing is being done, and we were able to trace all these contacts. And trained rapid response team was deployed to the team, to the affected area. And national response plan is also activated. And importantly, I would like to assure the team that One Health approach is being used, and including the animal health expertise alongside with the human health teams. So we're already implementing all these activities in One Health approach. So Ethiopia is very much committed to continue working on this project. We'll be working on the scaling One Health platform, institutionalizing community health extension workers, and advancing local pharmaceutical manufacturing, and transitioning of laboratories from ML3 to ML4. That is going to be our focus of area. And the challenge has been mentioned repeatedly. I won't go through them again. I just want to ensure that Ethiopia's is the regional approach as absolutely vital, and we will work for regional solidarity and strengthening. And again, thank you very much for the time. I hope I haven't taken much time.
Yeah, you took about 5 minutes, so thank you very much. And I must say that Ethiopia is one of the countries that performs very well in terms of implementation of surveillance. My interest was to know the sequencing results. Maybe I'll ask you later. The good thing is that we have had good responses from Rwanda, and we have had good responses from Tanzania as well. So we can learn from each other in terms of response to Marburg virus disease. Rwanda had last year, I think it was in November 2024. Tanzania had January this year. So we have abundance of evidences and or strategies on how to contain Marburg within a very short period of time. So we'll be more than happy to work with the government of Ethiopia to see how we contain that disease. Now it's time for Republic of Kenya.
Yes, thank you very much. I think also as Kenya, we want to appreciate that we are part of this project and also part of the RAC. I'd like to congratulate our sister neighbor, Ethiopia, for achieving ML3. They're already thinking of ML4. So I think as Kenya, we are sufficiently challenged to make sure that we also meet that target. A few observations I'd like to have. First is just to acknowledge that the design of this project, I think, is very unique, particularly in terms of the partnerships that are on board, local partners, regional partners. I think it's a very good model that can be applied to other projects, and as a country, we do appreciate. Also, I think the scope of the project, from climate and health to disease surveillance to NCDs, is something I think we should appreciate. The only challenge, I believe, is that One Health is an area that we really need to invest in, and I don't really feel the momentum when it comes to One Health. I know at the levels of the COPs, there's a lot of discussions at that level, but I think at this level of the RAC, we don't see our colleagues from climate, and we don't see our colleagues from environment and livestock, animal health and all that. I think for us to give priority to One Health, we have to elevate even the participation to this level. The next comment is that Kenya as a country, our president is is a champion for local manufacturing in Africa, and we also do chair the community of practice on local manufacturing, and we're moving baby steps, tentative steps, of course, to do that, and we have a lot that is lined up in terms of setting the stage for that. What I'd like to request this meeting and our partners is that we've seen Ethiopia is planning to do the same. We had from the Minister for Health for Zambia also, I think they have an interest. We know discussions are there at some level. We know Africa CDC is leading the discussions on market shaping, and also I think IGAD. But we would like the momentum actually to be increased, because there are a lot of in-country decisions that need to be made, and they can only be made. We cannot approach our national treasuries before we actually agree what vaccines, let's say, Kenya is producing, what vaccines Ethiopia is producing, so that we have those synergies. Those discussions would like to be accelerated so that we can then be able to go back to our countries and make further decisions on the strategy that we would need to employ. And then lastly, just a comment. I have had the privilege of participating in all the RAC. We planned the RAC in Nairobi in Ethiopia. And I like the way we are presenting our progress. We do it, and I think we can be able to track what we are doing. But I wish that between now and the next RAC, that we have a more structured and a quantitative approach to documenting progress in countries. We can do that, I think, through the learning agenda, have some country studies, look at some domains where countries are doing well and what's contributing to progress, so that by the next RAC, we should be able then to have a more structured discussion. And I think we should not shy away from those countries that are doing well, reward them. Those countries that are doing well, do a corrective action plan. Of course, that is in a way that is facilitative and non-stigmatizing. Otherwise, we are committed, and I just like to, again, say we will give priority as a country towards the achievement of ML3, and I think very soon we should be able to report that progress. I thank you very much.
Thank you. And maybe going back to some of the things which you have mentioned, the area of One Health, I think this is an area which we need to delve into. We haven't done enough, especially inviting our colleagues from non-health sectors, the animal health, environmental health. They need to be part of this conversation if we are to succeed in that area. So I believe from this gathering we should be able to come out with a resolution. How are we going to make sure that we implement the One Earth approach effectively? But the other issue regarding the market shaping and documentation between RACs, I think that's very important. The good thing is we have these communities of practices. So let us make sure that they deliver up to our expectations, especially between now and the next, which is expected to be next year. So I believe the documentation with the teams which we have here, that shouldn't be a challenge at all. And thank you very much, PS, for your very sound submissions. Now we go to the Republic of Zambia. Zambia, are you there? Yes, PS, please. Any reflection?
Yes, has just come from another meeting, so you will comment later.
Okay.
Thank you.
We move now to the Republic, our Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe.
Ok, obrigado. Perdão, obrigado a todos. Boa tarde, vou falar em português. E assim, em nome de São Tomé e Príncipe e da delegação que me acompanha, transmitir também os nossos agradecimentos ao Banco Mundial, à IGAD e ao EXA, pelos ensinamentos, pelo apoio e os ensinamentos que nos têm nos transmitido, porque nós sentimos que atingimos um nível razoável de preparação para as próximas emergências. Nós começamos com a elaboração de alguns manuais leitores para fazer o seguimento daquilo que é, ou nos orientar daquilo que são as possíveis emergências que podem surgir. Como vocês, não sei se sabem, mas São Tomé é um país pequenininho, tem cerca de 220 mil habitantes por aí, um pouquinho mais, um pouquinho menos, e nós estamos situados ali para a zona do Golfo da Guiné, muito distante dos demais países que fazem parte desse projeto. Vocês estão todos nessa parte do oeste e nós estamos ali sozinhos. Por vezes nós sentimos um bocadito isolado dentro daquilo que é o próprio projeto. Por isso, eu queria aqui transmitir aquilo que nós entendemos. Nós queríamos sentir um bocadito mais integrados naquilo que são as ações que são feitas nos vossos países aqui da região. Como sabe, talvez devido à pequenez, há muitas ações que nós poderemos não vir a implementar, como o caso de fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas, são questões que requerem muitos investimentos e nós poderemos não estar, mas nós queríamos talvez sentir parte. Nós temos o Quênia, a Etiópia, que já têm essas variantes, como é que eventualmente numa possível emergência que pudessem surgir, como é que nós poderíamos beneficiar disso. Como eu disse, eu senti e ouvi aquilo que foram as apresentações a nível dos outros países todos. Nós já atingimos um nível mais ou menos inicial de razoabilidade para a preparação às próprias emergências, mas era preciso nós passarmos para outra fase. Eu estava a me referir aqui, aquilo que poderá ser as boas práticas que são feitas noutros países e nós sentirmos, participarmos diretamente em termos de troca de exercícios conjuntos, uma série de questões que nós podíamos fazer para que sentíssemos também integrados isso, ou estabelecimento também de possíveis protocolos que possam surgir com os países integrantes, assim, de forma quando surgissem eventuais problemas, nós sentíamos que nós temos um parceiro para o qual nós devemos recorrer e não ter que esperar que venham outros. Por isso, uma vez mais, eu quero transmitir aqui os agradecimentos, talvez também aproveitar aqui a presença do seu diretor da EXA, que, como sabe, São Tomé, como está lá daquele lado, nem faz parte. Eu sei que a EXA tem uma estrutura que congrega vários países da sub-região ali, que são membros. Nós recebemos um convite da EXA para fazer parte do EXA como membro efetivo. A candidatura está a decorrer os seus termos, penso eu, seu diretor, e acreditamos que na próxima sessão da Assembleia da EXA poderemos vir a passar a beneficiar daqui que são alguns ensinamentos e apoios que a EXA possa transmitir. Embora, como eu disse outra vez, nós estamos do outro lado. Por isso, uma vez mais, os nossos agradecimentos têm sido frutífero a participação do EXA e do IGAD nos ensinamentos aos nossos técnicos. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado. So indeed, as he has said that we would love Sao Tome and Principe to be part of the EXA's health community. The leadership is ready for that. But I also like to thank for his very honest submission that for them, they'll have to forge partnership with countries like Ethiopia and Kenya when it comes to the local manufacturing capacity. Because before you decide to go into that direction, you really need to have the market size and the purchasing power parity. That will lead you to be able to procure internally before you start exporting. So I thank you very much, Permanent Secretary from Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. Now we move on to Republic of Malawi. You can take a floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Malawi would like to pay gratitude to the World Bank, IGAD and EXA for the support in this initiative. We also thank Zambia for hosting us. I will not go through what our project manager has already presented, but I will just highlight a couple of priorities. The Ministry of Health has now been called Ministry of Health and Sanitation. So when the President was announcing cabinet, sanitation is under health. It emphasizes the value that the president puts on social determinants of health. Last week in Malawi, the country manager of the World Bank visited the ministry. I think it was my first time. And we really appreciated the value that the World Bank is putting to health. And I wished the same would be communicated to our ministries of finance, that indeed they really start to appreciate how the World Bank values health as a prerequisite to development. Malawi has experienced one of the worst cholera outbreaks about 2 years ago, when we had 59,000 cases of cholera reported, with 1,700 people dead. We also are experiencing mpox, and so far 138 patients have been identified or diagnosed, 77 male and 61 females. Fortunately, there have been no deaths. Among the priorities of Malawi is firstly to finalize the Public Health Act. So the Public Health Act will eventually form the Public Health Institute of Malawi. So far, the FIM is organized administratively under the Ministry of Health. But going forward, we want this to be a legal entity, independent, with infrastructure. So we believe that this is opportunity for this project the current HELPA project, to help Malawi finalize this priority area. Digital health, especially in supply chain, tracking end-to-end movement of products is another priority. We need to know when medicines come from central medical stores, where are they ending? So it's a priority. One other priority for Malawi on digital health is integrated dashboard, so that we can have hands-on real-time data. We believe that dashboard should inform the FIM, but some indicators can even be at the State House. We are developing architectural guidelines with the Director of Buildings. So all government infrastructure projects are under the Ministry of Transport. And therefore, when we're looking at this initiative of getting guidelines to infrastructure projects, we are looking beyond health. And therefore, the Directorate of Buildings will be involved as we develop our integrated capital investment plan. In terms of human resources, we are now engaging the university to start training field epidemiologists and other public health workers. The question that we will be answering is, when we develop such cadres, are they provided in the establishment? And so that's the next thing that we need to do as we develop those cadres. We need to ensure that the functional reviews are made, that those are incorporated into the existing structures for human resources. For lab, would like actually to improve using the SLIPTA approach, but even more importantly, as we establish our FIM, is to have a up-to-date national reference laboratory. What do we expect from the region? Firstly, we would like to learn how others have done and develop their own integrated dashboards. So we need technical assistance on that. We would like to learn the functionality of the National Public Health Institutes. Would like to learn and probably ask for assistance from the World Bank and others on how we can do climate modeling assessments, and so that we're able to do early warning, bring out early warning data and improve our systems. We believe we can learn and work with our other colleagues in other countries on workforce development in areas that Malawi may not have the capacity to train. While we appreciate the areas that this grant is touching on, we believe, yes, as Africa, we probably have been pushed by diseases that make or are relevant in other continents.
A minute,
While,
please.
while we appreciate the importance of diseases like Marburg, Mpox, we believe it's time that this region looks at malaria seriously. We would like to get assistance either from the World Bank on how we can really put a value to what malaria does economically in our region. We believe malaria has more harm than some of the diseases we concentrate on. So it may be time that we look at malaria in a more serious manner as a region. That may change the landscape in terms of disease profiling. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much for very good submissions. And when it comes to the human resource for health, let us try to exploit what is already existing in terms of this College of Health Sciences, which operates under the umbrella of College of Health Sciences under the EXA. Currently we have 11 colleges which provides specialized training. So I think we might have some discussion with you to see how we can work together in that area so that we can address the challenge of human resource for health. But with regard to the cholera, yes, I think Malawi is one of the countries that was hard hit with cholera, alongside with other 23 African countries. So maybe from the guest of honor this morning, you could see, and I'm happy you have been able to rename the Minister of Health and to add sanitation. I hope that will work, but the name alone is not enough. We need to see how do we operationalize now the sanitation activities up to the grassroots level. Otherwise, thank you very much for your submission. Now we move on to the Republic of Rwanda.
Thank you, Chair. We thank, first of all, the Republic of Zambia for hosting us, and and the World Bank for organizing this meeting, where we are learning more about interface programmatic approach, and we are sharing experiences and learning about challenges resolution from our colleagues here present here. This program has made many changes, and Rwanda surveillance, preparedness, and response and resilience, and some outbreak we get from last year and this year. So we get many support from the program to strengthen our capacity in emergency preparedness and response and resilience through Rwanda Biomedical Center. We are Ministry of Health, have a storage and division which is only working about emergency preparedness and response. We have developed many surveillance tools where we have developed many surveillance tools for screenings And now we are working on the interoperability from community, because we know community health workers is our strength in response. From community, the engagement help us to contain Marburg, Mpox, and the other outbreak we had from COVID. So other challenge we have now, it is the integration with other climate and meteorological tools. We are working on it. Lastly, the Ministry of Health are committed to implement this program as much possible, as we must be a clean country, but must to be smart in all we are working on it, because our aims in Rwanda is to think big, work together, and our accountability in all sectors. So thank you very much for this opportunity we get here, and we are happy to participate in the program with our neighbor countries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your submission, and indeed Rwanda has done a lot, and we are proud, especially with this digital tool for surveillance. So as EXA and IGAD, we want to scale it up to the entire region, because the tool is quite very effective in terms of real-time reporting, and also providing us space for timely response. So we commend Rwanda for that. And also we commend you for issues to do with interoperability, to let the systems speak to each other. That is one of the challenges that most of the countries are experiencing. So we will be learning a lot from your end, and trying to scale up all the tested solutions. Now we move on to the Republic of Botswana. You can take a floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to first start by thanking Zambia for being the wonderful host that you have been, IGAD, the World Bank, EXA, for the invitation to this meeting. It has indeed been a good time for us. We've learned a lot. You know that Botswana, we haven't yet started implementation of the project. We are looking at implementation to start in February. And with all the nuggets that we have learned here, we have learned the successes that other countries have had, which gives us hope. The successes give us hope, because we believe if there's countries that have been able to achieve with the help of the project with the World Bank, then we'll also be able to get those successes. We also appreciate the challenges that were shared. With the challenges, we have time to confer with, like that? Nothing? Am I too close? Now, am I audible? Yeah. Okay, thank you. I was saying, with the challenges, we are able to look at what to avoid and how to solve it. It has indeed been a good thing. So with Botswana, our approach to the project has been that with emergency preparedness and response, there has to be resilience of the whole health system. So we are looking at ensuring that there is a total reform of our whole system. But this reform is going to be through different parts of financing that is coming, some from here, some from the country, and some from other sources. But we aim to ensure that there is complementarity that I've heard has been talked about here. There is also country ownership. We do not want that at the end of the 4 years or the 5 years or however long we'll get, then we don't have sustainability of the gains, as well as integration of all the work that we will be doing into the the processes that we already have in the country. So some of what we are looking into is ensuring that our primary healthcare systems are good. We have sustainable financing mechanisms. And to what some of the colleagues have already spoken about, availability of medical countermeasures during pandemics or during emergencies is important. So regulation, procurement processes, and digitalization. I've heard something about end-to-end visualization of vaccines and medicines is what we're also looking at. But above all of this, what is important in emergency preparedness and response is to make decisions in a very timely manner. And data is important, and we look forward to learning from other countries, as we've already learned so much, about digital systems and how to make them work, especially at times where you don't always have connections. So with those few words, I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for very nice submissions. Indeed, we welcome Botswana to be part of this community. When we are rallying on your previous experience that you have had in implementation of a number of projects, including malaria, prevention of HIV, maternal to a child transmission of HIV, but also you have done a number of projects around tuberculosis. So we believe coming January or February, then we'll be ready. Maybe at the moment is to conduct some self-assessment, to look into the readiness and the capability, so that by the time we are paying you a visit, we should be, you should be ready to start implementation of the project. Otherwise, we thank you very much for your submission. Now I move on to colleagues from Mozambique. Mozambique?
Boa tarde. Boa tarde. Bom, esta é a nossa primeira intervenção na RAC, no contexto deste projeto. Queremos, por isso, começar por cumprimentar a República da Zâmbia, que nos acolhe aqui. Queremos cumprimentar também as autoridades governamentais aqui presentes, as delegações de cada um dos nossos países e uma saudação especial ao Banco Mundial, que mais uma vez cria condições para que possamos avançar com projetos regionais. E quero saudar também a EXA e ao IGAD, que vão certamente guiar-nos nos próximos tempos. Bom, Moçambique é novo ainda neste projeto e por isso trazemos principalmente experiências de projetos anteriores, projetos similares. Esta vai ser a base para a nossa atuação nos próximos tempos e esperamos que esta experiência nos permita rapidamente alcançar os países que começaram mais cedo. Das apresentações que vimos e olhando para o cenário do nosso país, nós reconhecemos alguns desafios que pensamos que podem ter solução através de projetos regionais, e vou citar alguns, nomeadamente algumas ameaças transfronteiriças. Isto traz naturalmente a necessidade de reforçarmos a vigilância sanitária numa perspectiva regional, mas também a questão das cadeias de abastecimento frágeis nos nossos países, em alguns dos nossos países. Vimos aqui algumas experiências de aposta de fabrico local. Naturalmente, esta aposta, este fabrico local deve ser melhor coordenado para evitar duplicação e, naturalmente, facilitar e permitir que esta produção local tenha saída. Mas também reconhecemos que há lacunas em termos de competências quando olhamos para recursos humanos. Então, a formação do capital humano é, na nossa perspectiva, também importante. Nós, como país, apoiamos fortemente a perspectiva de projetos regionais. Acreditamos que esses projetos vão galvanizar esta aprendizagem entre pares, troca de experiências entre países, e esta reunião do Conselho Consultivo Regional, mas também as comunidades de práticas que têm estado a reunir, são exemplos disso. Mas acreditamos também que este projeto pode trazer economia de escala em muitas das nossas ações. Falamos da produção farmacêutica, mas também na vigilância, partilha de informação atempada e, naturalmente, a solidariedade coletiva que é necessária para resolver alguns dos problemas de saúde dos nossos países. Como país, os nossos próximos passos serão no sentido de consolidar a estrutura de gestão local, portanto, dentro do país deste projeto, um processo que já está em curso. Vamos operacionalizar nos próximos tempos o nosso centro operativo de operações de emergência, portanto, consolidar a nossa resposta às emergências dentro do país e vamos continuar a olhar para as nossas infraestruturas sanitárias de modo a torná-las mais resilientes ao impacto do clima. Como sabem, Moçambique, pela sua localização geográfica, sofre muito em intensidade, mas também em frequência dos efeitos das mudanças climáticas e, naturalmente, alavancar a saúde digital como opção de resposta à demanda de serviços, mas também à promoção de maior acesso a serviços de saúde. Isto é o que nós queríamos partilhar neste momento. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. Those were very good submissions. Indeed, public health emergencies are one of the challenges, especially in Africa. We record close to 200 public health emergencies per year, both infectious and non-infectious. But the issue of peer learning, that is very much welcomed. We have different experiences across member states. And we want also to strengthen the South-South cooperation. So that is one of the very important tools for us to strengthen South-South cooperation. The local manufacturing capacity and the local productions of medicines. Indeed, this is part of the sovereignty of our continent, but also of individual countries, without forgetting the cross-border surveillance system. That is very, very important. You said you are relatively new to the Regional Advisory Committee, but we understand Mozambique has done a lot when it comes to number of health initiatives. So we will borrow experiences from other initiatives that you have been able to implement them with excellency. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we are done in terms of reflections from the permanent or principal secretaries. So I was able to quickly analyze the contributions that were given from our PSCs from 10 countries. Then I could see we had 6 themes. One is on the climate and health. I think this is an area which we need to invest more, as most of the submissions that were given here actually showed some concern that we need to do something in the area of climate and health. But also we had contribution for the system integration. Most of the systems are working in silos, so it's high time for us to see how we can have system thinking as part of system integration. And that will help us to leverage on inadequate resources that we have. If we work in silos, then we shouldn't be able to appreciate the minimal resources that we have. Then the third was on digital health, the issue of interoperability, also defragmentation of the systems, but also the issue of data the quality of data, and the data being a part of sovereignty was also given out. The other theme was for the countries now. I think this goes to Botswana and Mozambique. First, to conduct the self-assessment, readiness. The good thing is that there are abundant information around here which you can actually get from different countries and see how do you position yourself. By the time the teams come to Botswana, then for Mozambique, you can reach out to us anytime, meaning the IGAD and ex-health community, if at all you'll be facing any challenge. And there was an issue of strengthening community healthcare workers as part of the primary healthcare. We cannot afford to not invest into community healthcare workers, as the returns on investment is quite very huge. For every single dollar that's spent, we get close to 15 US dollar as a return on investment. So we need to make sure that we invest, especially for these event-based surveillance system. Last but not least was on the local production of medicine. That also emerged to be one of the themes of the reflections that were given by the PSCs. So otherwise, I should take this opportunity to sincerely thank each and every permanent or principal secretaries for their submissions, which I'm sure they will help us to actually formulate what we call the resolutions of this meeting. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Were we clapping for the DG or some local chief somewhere? Let's do it better, ladies and gentlemen. Great. So thank you very much, Director General for EXA, East, Central, and Southern African Health Community, Dr. Ntuli, for leading the session very well and picking out those critical aspects that all of us as leaders need to pay attention to as we build strong health systems that will be able to withstand whichever storm is thrown at them, find them prepared, resilient, and very competent enough to respond appropriately to save many lives. Let's once again appreciate him, please. A quick quiz. If the former president of Kenyatta is, if the former president of Kenya is Kenyatta, who is the former president of Zambia? If the former president of Kenya is Kenyatta, who is the former president of Zambia? That's a quiz for you for lunch. Go thinking about it. Now, friends, as we take a break for lunch, I would like to remind us that all the different resources that we need are already put for us on the website, www.racmeeting.forum, 3 W's, .RAC, that's RAC, meeting.forum. You will find there all the different presentations that are being given here. You will find there all the photos, the pictures that are being taken during these sessions and during the break time. You will find there the agenda for the next sessions. You will find there the speeches that are being given. Everything is right there on that website. So please get there and maximize, download, share, and so on and so forth. Immediately after lunch, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for the best meal of this meeting. And if you can see on the screens right now, we are going to have a cocktail of wisdom. We are going to be focusing on strengthening public health stewardship and capacities in Eastern and Southern Africa. And that session will be moderated by Dr. Mohamed Erduma, the head of health programming at the IGAD Secretariat, whom I like to call a bridge across rivers because he's always uniting regional health cooperation and collaboration. We will listen from Dr. Linus Munsimbwe, who is the head of Veterinary Public Health, Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock from Zambia. And when you hear livestock, just like a shepherd of herds, he's really good at shepherding the One Health with a vision. We will have Professor Neil Squires, the Secretary General of the International Association of National Public Health Institutes. If there was one word I could give to talk about him, I could say a lighthouse. He's a lighthouse on the shore, guiding global public health institutes. We will have Dr. Sohail Saikat, the lead for the health system's resilience and essential public health functions at the World Health Organization. Call him the roots beneath the tree, anchoring resilient health systems worldwide. But second last, we will be having Dr. Stephen Mureshe, who is the Director of Public Health Kenya. If you've ever heard of a campus, this is the Steady Campus, strengthening Kenya's public health stewardship. He will have a lot to really share with us to give us a campus for health stewardship. And finally, on the panel, we will be having Dr. Charles Akotowabi, the Senior Technical Officer of the Africa CDC, the Center for Diseases Control. He's the spark of fire on that panel, igniting continental public health innovation, and we will be learning a lot from him. So we are going to take a break of 40 minutes, maximum 45 to have our lunch. And our lunch is located, you could be seated on top of it right now. You could be seated on it right now. When you move out and you slope down just at the entrance, immediately turn right and don't make it a 90 degrees turn, make it a U-turn, and you will get into Chuma Grill, which is just down here. That's where we are having our lunch from. Some people have appetite, they don't have the food. Others have the food, they don't have the appetite. I believe we have both the food and the appetite. Let's go and enjoy. See you in 45 minutes. you're happy and you know, say I am. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, you really want to show you're happy and you know, clap your hand. If you're happy and you know, stamp your feet. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. What if you became very creative in your own way and welcomed the members on your table in a creative way? I don't know how. Welcome the members on your table, please. Welcome them back from lunch. Welcome them back from lunch. Go ahead on your tables. Welcome your neighbors back. Welcome your neighbors back in your own creative way. Do it your way. The other table is very busy. It's, and the other one. Okay. So welcome back from the morning sessions up to lunch and also the lunch time. I think it would be good for us to drum the Ngalabi before I welcome the moderator for this session. So let's go back to the part of Africa in Uganda. Let's drum the Ngalabi. Let's drum the Ngalabi. Let's drum the Ngalabi, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hit the drum. Let's hit both sides of the drum. Let's hit it from below. Let's hit both of them on the side. And where you're seated, just hold your waist. Hold your waist. Even if you keep seated, you're going to ensure you push your shoulders so that they feel so nice. You should give your shoulders a nice feeling. So you will do it this way. Keep going, keep going. Okay, do the opposite direction. Push it to the extremes to really give it a good feeling. Okay. I hope you're going to be able to do the way I'm going to do what I'm going to do. So just watch me right now. Just watch me. Feel something around here. You need to be healthy. Give your body a nice feeling. Now do the opposite direction. Opposite direction, push it. Okay, we are doing one more. And that one, you do it when you are on your toes, on your feet. So just in case you don't mind, feel free to join me on the feet. In case you want to still be seated, all right, you will miss this one, but let's do this one more thing. So in case you don't mind, please get on your feet. We do this last one. Remember, you're free to stay seated, please, so you don't have to stress yourself. Okay. So we are going to use our waist to really make ourselves feel something nicer around here. So you're going to make an O with your waist, pushing yourself to the most possible extent. So let me demonstrate. You can be sure I'm not doing it like this. This is not what I'm doing. I am doing like this. It helps your waist, and the blood flows better after food. So let's do it the opposite direction now. All right. Appreciate yourselves, please, for your cooperation. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Mohamed El-Duma, whom I had introduced a few hours ago. He's going to be leading the panel discussion. And this panel, the high-powered panel that you saw a few minutes ago, is going to be focused on how we can strengthen public health stewardship and capacities in East and Southern Africa. So this is a call for an integrated approach as we do this work. So please make Dr. Mohamed Elduma feel like you want him to be the one to moderate this session. Welcome him now. Dr. Mohamed, you're welcome. Oh, when you kept seated, I thought you were taking the Zambia culture.
Thank
Welcome.
you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Mohamed Aduma, as he mentioned, from IGAD. I will be facilitating the panel discussion, facilitating, not moderating. Huh? So the panel discussion, as stated, is focusing on public health and National Public Health Institute and how we strengthen their capacity and stewardship. This panel discussion is a real and excellent collaboration between IGAD and EXA and WHO. We brought WHO from Geneva, headquarters, from Brazzaville, Afro, and from the country office, so that we have a conversation on how to strengthen the capacities of Public Health Institute and the Public Health Department. And I cannot underscore the importance of this discussion with regard to the MBA. Our session will be structured into opening and a presentation. Then we have a panel discussion, which is moderated by my friend and brother, Charles. I will introduce him later, and then Charles will take us until the closing, where will be also done by Permanent Secretary from Zambia. So without further ado, we would like to start with an opening remarks, and I would like to call Dr. Peter Kellerman, the WHO representative to Zambia, to provide the opening remarks for this session and to set the scene and the objective for this session. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope after lunch we are active, because the session we are going to have this afternoon is very interesting, but also provides the policy options that we want to get out of this meeting. We all know that the public health challenges continue to exist, placing a lot of pressure on the health systems. There are global experiences, regional and country experiences that highlight really the need to strengthen public health capacities to support the transformation in the health system. And therefore, we want a transformed health system that is sustainable and affordable. We saw the challenges from West African Ebola 2014-16. We saw the devastating COVID, the pandemic, that totally crippled health services. And therefore, this unequal impact of these health problems and discrepancies between the traditional way we deliver health services has demonstrated that this is silos attempts never solve any problem. We need the tools and solutions for the problems we face in this century. It means the outdated approaches that we have need to be transformed in a manner that is able to address health security, able to address universal health coverage, and they can be tested over time. We have seen the lessons over a period and the need to strengthen the health systems has never been addressed more comprehensively. We continue to see fragmented and under-resourced and disjoint investments in public health. Also, in the last 10 years, we have seen the transformation in our health agenda in Africa. The coming up of the public health institutes that was meant to reinforce the capacity of the health system and able to support in addressing a more comprehensive health response for better health outcomes. Therefore, the primary health care operational framework acknowledges that the essential public health functions are essential if they are more integrated through a primary health care. However, there is a lack of clarity as I speak now what should constitute the essential public health services package in primary health care as well as in line of service delivery. We are happy this afternoon to have rich colleagues with experiences, both global, regional, and the country, to demonstrate really the importance of public health in the context of these rising challenges, and to inform operationalizations of the public health orientations within health systems and health services and across also the allied health sectors. This afternoon, the purpose of this conversation is to get the experiences from the experts discussing the role of the public health and the response institutions, Ministry of Health, Public Health Institutes, in how to tackle these challenges and agree on specific policy options on strengthening public health partnerships and stewardships. Specifically, the discussion will facilitate strategic discussions on the prevailing approaches to operationalize public health capacities in terms of integration within the policy, planning, workforce development, and service delivery in a more multi-sectoral approach. We expect from this conversation policy options that member states as well as partners can operationalize to ensure a functioning public health, to ensure public health functions that are key to improving better health outcomes, restoring stability, and sustaining development. And finally, is an opportunity to identify priorities for action from this meeting and to promote a set of examples at regional and the country level, and also building this on the overall global health strategy, that's a general program of work, with a particular emphasis on institutionalizing capacity for public health essential functions to improve health systems resilience. Distinguished colleagues, all the discussions that we have this afternoon build on a very important, some of the decisions which were boldly taken by ministers of health during the regional committee in August this year, in which a critical health sovereignty, integration, primary health care, and ensuring the necessary capacities to address public health events. We expect at the end agreed policy actions that will form part of the resolutions from this meeting. Thank you very much for your attention.
much. Thank you very much, WR Zambia, Dr. Peter Clement. Another round of applause. I think WR has already set the scene, and we are ready now really to receive a presentation on the current status of public health capacities and stewardship at a global level, with also focus on Africa, so that we can move forward. I am very pleased to introduce a friend. We were having discussion for the last 6 months on this, so that we put together this session. Dr. Suhail Surkat is a senior advisor, primary health care, and a lead for health systems resilience and essential public health function in Geneva, WHO headquarters. I am very pleased to welcome Dr. Suhail. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Next slide, please. Yeah. So, colleagues, first a huge gratitude to World Bank, I think Ramesh and his team, for this extraordinary partnership, I think focusing on this part of Africa, and the work that you are doing, I think, in this room, I think as WR also, I think ECOD is very, very central to WHO's core mandate, our core mandate to serve citizens of the same countries. So a huge appreciation, I think, for this bold partnership of Ramesh and his team, and also the championship, regional championship of IGAD and ACTAD. I mean, is a fantastic. I mean, I was really, really impressed, I think, in the discussion this morning. So colleagues, these slides, as you could see, that we are in an era of polycrisis. Many, many complex challenges. This came out very, very strongly this morning. And we came out of COVID-19 with a 7 million direct COVID mortality and 14 to 17 million excess mortality. And that excess mortality, the standard bar is 14 to 17 million. It was because of the collapse of health information system. It was because of the lack of resilience in the health information system. And it was across all parts of the world. I think whether the countries are scoring well on international health regulations, or countries has a better coverage for universal health coverage. Unfortunately, that type of metrics unable to predict their performance. So moving forward, we as a health community, how can we address all of these challenges? Are we going to look at them in a siloed way? Or is there a way, as WR mentioned, how can we better apply more a systems approach? So that systems approach is basically building the capacity in our health sector for resilience. So resilience here means in the future is to prevent that direct mortality, is to also tackle excess mortality by maintaining the services. And we as a public health community are going to be just. There is no doubt about that. This group of people, we are going to be just in the future if they could see that another cross-sectoral impact, another public health event impacting the all government business functions. I think they will come to us saying that you did not do your work well, you did not take the lessons properly from what you learned from COVID-19. So that requires proper public health orientation. Public health provides that handshake between health and allied sector. Like if you think about the flooding, if you think about the climate change impact, Ministry of Health, National Public Health Institutes are not necessarily the primary responder. So how can we better connect with them? So the denominator here is the public health orientation across health and allied sector to build the type of resilience that we need. Next slide, please. So colleagues, this is a major collation that we had done in Geneva office. I think a huge data set for looking at global major cause of mortality as well as disability adjusted life years. And this is the spectrum. I think this is very, very important one. Here you could see how people are dying globally. I think unfortunately, as you could see that NCD and some other risk driver are becoming more and more profound as a major burden of disease. But at the same time, we do need to maintain the core capacities for international health regulations, because without that, I think the other investment can also be at risk. But the relationship is a mutual. If your population remain healthy, if they have a healthy lifestyle, if there is an infectious event, they are likely to escape well. So the relationship is very, very proportional between them. But this is an important one, given that the demographic and epidemiological transition happening in Africa can also follow the similar epidemiological and demographic transitions happened in Europe, happened in North America, happened in Asia Pacific. So the questions, we as a public health community, we need to guide the investment in a way to maintain the current core capacities, but we as a public health community need to prepare well for what is coming as a major risk in 10, 15 years. Next slide, please. And this is another one. Here, two figures. I think one, I believe, is coming from World Bank group. I think is about the fragility matrix. And the right-hand side one, I think, is a superimposing countries with a fragility, the countries under fragile health systems, under conflict and violence affected. And the second one is a superimposing the two data set. And unfortunately, I think if you could see here, this continent is a more vulnerable on both scenarios, both in terms of conflict in sub-Saharan Africa, but again, also disproportionately, many of these countries are also affected or vulnerable by direct impact of climate change. I think, and also there is a perception issues. I think from a perception issue is that many of these people affected by war and conflict or climate change, unfortunately, they are staying either in their own countries of origin or in neighboring countries. They are not always going to Europe. I think it's only fractions of the population that are moving there. So what it means from a systems point of view is the capacity that we need in the local system to provide services. If we do not able to provide services there with some level of resilience capacity, if there is an infectious event happen there, I think that is not going to be diagnosed properly. I think we have WR here. He used to serve in Liberia during Ebola in West Africa because of the porous border. So this basic capacity, I think you talked a lot about cross-border public health, is extremely important here to build basic public health capacities for everyone. If we do not have that capacity, if you have IHR implementation only for 95% of your population, if 5% of the population remain outside of organized healthcare, that means you are putting at risk your 95% population, because the virus will continue to circulate, is continue to mutate. Next slide, please. So colleagues, I think we talked a lot, I think also it came out from our WR, I think is the silliness that we have. But in this country, in this capital, you adopted the Lusaka agenda, one plan, one budget, one financing, one M&E. But if we reflect on the global architecture from global to regional to country level, there is still a lot of opportunity for efficiency. Because even if you think of countries in war and conflict, there are billions of dollars on humanitarian response without guiding the investment, without building proper bridging between response to recovery and longer term strengthening. Similarly, we still have vertical program. We need to have them because they save life. but we need to think about longer term transition. How can same health workforce, same information system, same supply chain can provide more diversified services? Without that, I think given the fiscal constraint, given the reduction in ODA, I think the current way of strengthening the system is not going to be affordable. So I think this is another major learning points from us. And this type of capacity development, unfortunately, did not work in the past. Next slide, please. So we as a public health community, I do not have the data for Africa as a continent. So this is the data from European Union countries, is about their GDP allocation in health as a total, as overall health sector. And if you could see that majority of the European funding in health sector is still majority on curative service, hospital-centric healthcare. Public health is very, very nominal. And within that public health, if you look at the data, the breakdown indicates only very siloed, only on focusing on some EPR and lab capacities. So even in Europe as a continent that are perceived to be championing public health, I think the public health as an overall budget line is very, very nominal compared to other sectors. But the issue is that I think it's something, a debate that we need to have within the different line ministries. No country, even country like Qatar, country like Brunei, there is no way you can provide hospital bed for all of your citizens. That is unaffordable, no-brainer. So what public health does, it provides that buffer. It provides the buffer to protect secondary and tertiary care. So without that buffer, without public health, there is no health. Without public health, there is no government business function. So we need to raise our political debate about the true impact of public health so that we can argue for a proper budget line for public health in a proportionate way alongside hospital and other government services. Next slide, please. So, colleagues, one of the major issues, I think, as you are talking about, I think, is very, very central. I think we lost the mic. I think it's very. No, I think we lost audio. Can I use? Hello, can you hear me? So, colleagues, we looked at the governance aspects of public health. I think what we did in this case, we did not just look at the role of Ministry of Health. We did not look at just the role of National Public Health Institute, because we need to look at how every government with all of its constituents are embracing public health. So we looked at public health in totality. Due to the dispersed nature of public health, due to the sectors within Ministry of Health and outside, they also have a stake in public health. So this product of WHO, one of the flagship one with the iron fee, I think what we had done, we defined what should constitute as a governance for public health, what are the core components that we need to have, as well as a checklist. I think the way we captured it, if you remember post-COVID, in many countries, they underwent a lot of public health reform. Sometimes they used a blame game. They consider the failing of public health during COVID-19, it was because of the failing of National Public Health Institute. So we tried to look at overall governance model for public health so that there can be a shared accountability. National Public Health Institute or Ministry of Health can also come up with their own benchmarking. Do we have enough political mandate? Do we have enough flexibility in budgeting? Do we have operational independence to deliver the work? So this work is done in a fully objective manner, so every country can do their benchmarking. Next slide, please. So one major aspect, I think we are all public health leaders here in this room. I think one of the limitations in the way public health has been pursued, it was very, very ad hoc and cherry-picked. In some countries, they are focusing on IHR. In some countries, they are focusing on NCD. In some countries, they are focusing on some other areas. So even within WHO, we did not define the operational scope of public health function and services. So we started to work on it post-Ebola in West Africa, and during COVID-19, we relooked at all authoritative list of public health functions, and doing a crosswalk, we came up with these 12 functions. In these 12 functions, for the first time, you could see that we brought 4 service delivery domains of public health, as well as those enable them, so that there cannot be any blind spot. We can cover all aspects of public health under one list of public health functions and services. Next slide, please. So very quickly, I think this is a complex slide, but in this one, there may be a questions whether public health, list of public health function is in conflict with health systems building blocks, IHR core capacities, primary healthcare operational framework, or emergency disaster risk management and health framework. And if you look at the list and the crosswalk, by looking at this mapping, the relationship is complementary. But the beauty here is that you are applying public health lens in the way you are strengthening the system's capacity. It is no way at all in conflict with any of the other global framework that are existed. Next slide, please. So what we had done, again, for countries' application, it has been used in the under Team Europe initiative. We have Dr. Eva from European Union. They are applying the Team Europe initiative by using this framework. So what we had done, again, to guide countries to do their own referencing, own benchmarking, we unpacked in consultation with INFI and Schools of Public Health, we unpacked each of the functions into sub-functions and then again repack them. By doing unpacking and repacking, we came up with, as a WHO first time, what should constitute as a bundle of public health functions and bundle of public health services that should need to be available from facilities and the platform under Ministry of Health, as well as those from the allied sector. So this work is comprehensively done as a global guidance for countries to do their own benchmarking. Next slide, please. I think I mentioned about this governance framework. As you could see there, it exhausted what is out there in global domain and defined the core components for right optimal governance model, what are the enabler and the key principles. But the objectives here is not just to focus on one areas of public health. The objectives here is to focus on all necessary domains of public health, and then the countries can decide by looking at their current and future burden of disease where to guide their investment. Next slide, please. So colleagues, not that many slides. I think we need to first, as a health community, I think here is a National Public Health Institute responsible for public health. Often the focus mainly on EPR capacities, and then we perceive that Ministry of Health responsible not only for healthcare service delivery, but also for public health. But there are many blind spots that exist in almost every country. So we need to have intentional input when we talk about service delivery. I think WR highlighted the role of primary care. So without positioning public health in primary care is also part of curative care. So we need to have that type of public health underpinning in service delivery platform. When we talk about contingency fund in the context of emergency, we need to think about how contingency fund can also link to the social protection so that the people can be supported even during a financial crisis to access to the basic health care. And that type of cushion can allowing health systems to perform even at the context of a crisis. So I think this needs health sector to provide championship for public health systems to better embrace public health along with allied sector like veterinary sector, like those sectors responsible for flooding, climate change, etc. Next slide, please. So not going to go into that detail, colleagues. I think we have to look at where we are now in terms of our current baseline for public health. I think every country's had a one baseline pre-COVID. During COVID, we came up with a very artificially high baseline. Now, post-COVID, we cannot have COVID context baseline. We need to come up with a smart baseline. And in that baseline, we need to position public health in terms of intersectoral coordination, preparing for not only the current challenges that every country is facing, but also prepare for the emerging challenges that are coming. Build the workforce capacity, position public health at primary care level so that you have a better buffer to protect the secondary, tertiary care and the cross-sectoral impact. Next slide, please. So we have a GPW 14, the General Program of Work of WHO, that is, we are going to start in 26, 27. I think there is a dedicated indicator that every member state also report back to WHO about their own consideration of public health in terms of coordination, in terms of positioning public health in package of healthcare services, and also to build the institutional capacity in the workforce. Next slide, please. Okay, these are some of the global tools from WHO and in many countries that we are supporting under Team Europe initiative as well as bilaterally. So there is a body of work available for countries' applications. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Suhail. I think Suhail has set the scene for our discussion. And I will not take any more. I would like to bring forward our moderator. We have a distinguished public health expert with over 30 years of experience. I met him last year when he was a deputy representative in Uganda. And really, in the middle of the Ebola and Mpox in Uganda, and we have a very good conversation about how to respond to those, and I know Uganda have a very good system. Now he moved to the AFRO, to the regional office. He's a regional advisor and leading a big cluster where country readiness, strengthening emergency preparedness and response under the WHO AFRO. Please welcome Charles Juguna. Welcome. So Charles will be moderating. He has a range of experts from sectors, from health, from public health. I am already, moving within your. The floor is yours. Shukran.
Good afternoon. That was not good enough. Good afternoon. I am aware, acutely aware that we have come from lunch. And I will be activating a surveillance system to monitor the alert level and also report on the indicator on the proportion of the participants who dozed in this afternoon. So please be alert so that we can be together. First of all, allow me to appreciate mic testing. Okay, I hope you can all hear me quite well. First of all, let me appreciate the conveners of this very important meeting. We are very happy as WHO to participate in this very important meeting. And we are here as WHO from the three levels. We have our WR at country level, Dr. Clement. We have our brother Dr. Sahil from HQ. And I'm from the regional office. That tells you that we have taken this meeting with the seriousness it deserves. We have had a lot of discussions since morning about the challenges Africa is facing on issues of health emergencies. And as you have heard from speakers, this region, we have over 150 public health events every year. And it's also important for me to mention that over 70% of all global health emergencies are from Africa. About 70% of all global health emergencies are domiciled here in Africa. Yet our capacities are the lowest when you compare with all the other regions, our health systems capacities. We have had since morning that diseases don't respect borders. And I will add to that diseases don't need visas to move from one country to another country. As a matter of fact, infectious diseases can spread at the speed of a jetliner. Did you hear that? Hello? Infectious diseases can spread at a speed of a jetliner. It just takes one person who is infected to board a plane, and that person will introduce the disease in another continent. Therefore, our engagement here about resilient health systems is paramount. And I want to believe that now we understand. When we talk about resilient health systems, we are talking about systems that can be able to withstand the shocks of public health emergencies, and at the same time ensure that there is continuity of essential services. This afternoon we have a panel of eminent persons that we shall be discussing strengthening public health stewardship and capacities in East and Southern Africa call for an integrated approach. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure now to invite panelists to the front. We have Dr. Linus Munsibwe, is the head of veterinary public health, who is representing the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock in Zambia. Can we have you, sir? To the front. Let's appreciate him. Second, we have Feyesa Begeza, who is representing the Director General of the National Public Health Institute in Ethiopia. You're welcome, sir. You can have your seat. Those clubs are emaciated. Can we give them better round of applause? Then we have Dr. Stephen K. Muleshe, Director of Public Health, Minister of Health, Kenya. Welcome to the front. Thank you, sir. Then we have Dr. Charles Akataobi Michael from Africa CDC. Dr. Charles, where are you? My namesake. Welcome to the front. And we have Professor Neil Squares, is the Secretary General of the International Association of National Public Health Institute. Welcome, sir. And we also have our colleague from World Bank, Jane Chuma. I don't know whether you'd want to come right now. Jane, you're at liberty, but welcome. I know she has other engagements. Let me know whether our colleague from EU is online. We are expecting to have Eva Maria Johansson, who is the lead in international partnership in Brussels, Belgium. The IT people just confirmed to me whether she is online. So now let's have a round of applause for these wonderful panelists that are here to discuss very important things. I hope we have the mics. Please. Do we have the mics? Only one? Okay, two. So we are going to share. And I don't have one. I wanted to sit, but I don't have a mic. So in the meantime, before there is enhancement of capacity, let me continue. So first of all, as I've mentioned, we'll be discussing around the issue of strengthening the public health stewardship and capacity in this sub-region. And first of all, we'll start by inviting our senior leaders from the Ministries of Health and the National Public Health Institute in Ethiopia and Kenya. They'll be taking the floor first. And the question to the two discussants. Yeah, so the question both of you will be responding to, please highlight three changes or improvements undertaken to build institutional capacity for public health in the last 5 years, to build institutional capacity for public health. And that question will be handled by my colleague Fayasa will be the first one to take the floor. Then Dr. Mleshe, you will follow. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity in my country to reflect on the public health issues. As far as the Ethiopian Public Health Institute is concerned, there are three very, very important issues that I would like to mention with regard to the question, the Ethiopian Public Health Institute, institutional capacity for public health. And the first one is Ethiopian Public Health Institute as a center of excellence in public health. As we all know, in January 2025, Africa CDC designated Ethiopian Public Health Institute as one of regional center of excellence in public health. Of course, this positioned Ethiopian Public Health Institute as a hub for technical assistance, training, and support to African member states, particularly in surveillance, outbreak response, research, and workforce development. And the second very, very important issue I would like to share on this meeting is expansion of comprehensive public health and function, and particularly with the new government reform in Ethiopian government. In that, Ethiopian EPH has broadened its scope across key areas. And the first pillar is public health emergency management. strengthened through 4 directorates. And the first one is surveillance and early warning, and responsible particularly for surveillance, early warning, national, regional, and sub-regional public health emergency operation center. And the first one, very unique, is preparedness directorate, responsible for vulnerability and risk assessment, and then development of emergency preparedness and response plan, and also the workforce development, such as field epidemiology training program, the intermediate frontline rapid response team, and also emergency medical team, and the logistics, among others. And the third one is, this is also very unique, and directorate level response and recovery, particularly in crisis management and also during the incident management in the system for rapid response and recovery in case of incidents. And the fourth one is directly related with the global and national health security, is travel and border health. So we'll do capacity assessment and develop public health contingency plan, isolation and the quarantine center at the designated point of interest. And it's very unique in Ethiopia. We have also FEM at health facilities to integrate the public health functions, and at the facilities you have integrated public health functions to primary health care, empowering health extension workers at the community level to contribute to emergency preparedness and response in health facilities. And the second pillar is, of course, this is very important, and we consider as a public health function, generating an evidence and research and the technology, because public health also requires, and it's very important, evidence is very important to inform policy decisions. So we promote evidence-based decision making through high quality public health research. The third one, very, very important pillar and the backbone, is the laboratory system, of course. And at the national level, we have upgraded infrastructure and also the genomic sequencing capacity for advanced diagnostic and also outbreak investigation. And we have mobile BSLC stream and also 15 regional laboratories at sub-national level constructed for, of course, targeted the service to make service particularly at the point of interest, and also to provide services for the neighboring countries. And the other important issue I would like to mention is health information system. And Ethiopian Public Health Institute, we have national data management center that generates actionable health intelligence and supports national monitoring and evaluation and the framework. So the national, we have also the National Public Health Training Center. These are very, very important, and we can consider it as a component of public health, the training center. So in that case, we build a skilled health workforce through structured training programs and capacity development, of course. And the third one I would like to mention, and very important to ensure the national health security and the global health security, is strategic coordination, roles, and impact. With research structural reform, Ethiopian Public Health Institute is officially mandated to host the National One Health Secretariat and the service as the International Health Regulation National Focal Point, which are, these are of course directly related with the public health interventions. These roles enable EPHI to coordinate multi-sectoral collaboration and lead the implementation of an IHR. And we have already developed the second National One Strategic Plan and the second National Action Plan for Health Security. And so the health security is at all levels. We have already conducted the regional health security capacity assessment, like JE at regional level, and we are on the process of developing the regional action plan for health security. So as a result, particularly through the implementation of Ethiopia's first national action plan for security NAPS, the national health security capacity score increased from 48 to 61 as measured by JE, and from 58% to 69% as measured by SPAR. and ultimately to ensure global, regional, and national security, and all member states, particularly, and then our region, one must learn best lessons from each other, and the two must support one another so as to attain the minimum core capacities for health security, because as we have said, a public threat anywhere is a public threat, health threat, and everywhere. So public health is an investment. It's not an option. And last, I want to mention as One Health and person, and also as a panelist, and everyone is nowadays talking about the One Health. But what is that One Health is? And an issue, and to be answered. So may I kindly just say a few things. So-called non-health sectors and versus One Health. So, and this time, we can refer to the One Health definition of One Health and the high-level expert panel. And I think all sectors, now One Health approaches all of government and all of society. And we cannot assure public health sector, we cannot address alone with the health and the sector. So, all sectors with the denominator health, environmental health, plant health, animal health, wild and the domestic, and all are health. So I think we should use the prefix public health or human health, animal health, environmental health, plant health. So may I kindly advise just to use and the health sectors, because National Action Plan for Health Security and the One Health approach all requires other sectors, and not only the Minister of Health is the health sector, but it is public health sector and the human health sector. So this is my reflection, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate him for articulating the great work that is happening in Ethiopia. He has described very well the governance structure and institutional capacity that is existing in Ethiopia, and the NPHI, which is the roof, and also described the pillars that they have and they continue to implement IHR, the required capacities. It's also a great pleasure to hear the kind of progress you have made from JE1 to JE2. That's massive improvement from 41 to 61. That is massive improvement. I've supported several countries, and I know getting that kind of a leap is not easy. Thank you very much. So we'll go to Dr. Mleshe. The same question, please. Give us your reflections, your views.
Yes, so good evening, everyone. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be able to highlight some three very important changes that we've achieved as a country as far as public health is concerned. I must say, as a country, Kenya, we've made great strides in terms of safeguarding the health of the population. And I must confess that health has had the highest political commitment, right from the office of the president. With this regime has had keen interest to ensure that health is well funded. In the recent past, we've had some serious health sector reforms. And last year, we've enacted three acts to ensure people can access health without catastrophic expenditures, but also ensuring that at the community level, people are also able to to access those health services. But also issues to do with emergency, critical, and chronic illnesses are cared for. We've also had a very good legal and regulatory environment. Legal, I mean through a legal notice, number 14 in 2022, we established, or the Kenya National Public Health Institute was established, that has helped to move dispersed public health functions to a centralized legal body that is now able to coordinate surveillance, issues to do with research, emergency response, policy guidance across the country. But also this institution has provided a single home for workforce, public health workforce development, issues to do with the lab networks, data analytics, but also a timely response to disease outbreaks. The other key area that I want to mention is on strengthening disease surveillance and early warning systems. As a country, we've updated and rolled out the integrated disease surveillance and response guidelines, but we have also heavily invested in digital surveillance platforms, that is DHIS2 backed reporting, early warning system tools, but also revised IDSR technical guidelines and strategic plans, with the aim of speeding up detection, early disease detection, but also reporting at county level, which has led to improved timelines of outbreak detection, but also situational awareness. Thirdly, is the large-scale workforce and multi-sectoral capacity building. As a country, or as a Ministry of Health, we've invested heavily in the public health workforce through our FELTAP program, which is now very mature, and we are proud to say that we've produced a critical mass of public health workforce to be able to deal with the public health emergencies. We've been able to strengthen county-level public health skills. But one of the key programs that has also ensured community-based surveillance is strengthened is through our community health promoters program. This is a key flagship project of the government that has rolled out more than 100,000 community health workers across all the 47 counties, and who are involved in ensuring that they support community level surveillance through moving from house to house, but also linking households with public health facilities or primary care healthcare facilities. We've also been able to institutionalize One Health collaboration and community health strategy, like I've said, that has led to building up practical investigations, disease surveillance, and multi-sector coordination capacity. And this has also made the Kenya National Public Health Institute and the digital systems quite effective. Yeah, so maybe the last thing I want to also mention is that actually public health is public wealth. And I think that is very true in terms of not just looking at public health as a cost, but looking at public health as an investment. And therefore, as a country, that is the approach that we are taking to ensure that we bring all stakeholders together, multi-sectoral collaboration being one of the key initiatives, but also being able to look at and address the social determinants of health. Maybe I can stop there. Thank you very much.
Okay, there we are. Thank you, Dr. Mleshe, for sharing with us what is happening in Kenya. Kenya is my country. And I relate to quite a number of the issues you have talked about. We're happy to hear about the progress, especially on the issue of legal. And now that you have a functional MPHI that is able to deliver on its mandate. The IDSR in Kenya has been one of the strong systems in Africa. Some of us were involved in laying the foundation those years and ensuring the systems are digital. I am also aware that your FETP program, the FLTP program, has been there for a long time and supported our sub-region, not just the country. Kenya is one of the countries that have devolved systems, and health is a devolved function. But we are happy to hear about the flagship project, as it was emphasized here by the Minister of Health, the need to have the community health promoters. And hearing that you have over 100,000, there's a very big workforce at that level that will help us to improve the essential public health functions at the primary health care level. Also the institutionalization of One Health, the ZDU, I believe is still there, whereby you have one unit, Ministry of Health, people from environment and also animal health are participating. And thank you for the final message that public health is public wealth. We should not look at it as an expenditure, but as an investment. Thank you very much. We'll go to another round of engagements with the participants, with the discussants here. And therefore, this time now, I would want to give the floor to both the Africa CDC and also the SG Yamfi, that is Professor Nail. And to both of you, what role can global and regional partners play to build and sustain public health and EPR capacities as political priority? Let's start with Dr. Charles, my namesake. Then we'll come to you, Professor Noel.
Okay, thank you very much, Charles, and good afternoon, colleagues. So maybe I'll start this way. First and foremost, public health is a great priority for the African Union. And I think in terms of talking about stewardship for both public health and EPR, you will see that the African Union Agenda 2063 captured it succinctly. In their first aspiration, they want a prosperous Africa that is based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Goal 3 of that aspiration envisions an Africa where citizens are healthy, where they are well nourished, and where they can live long life. And you will agree with me that there is no other structure that can drive that except strengthened public health institutions across member states. So in terms of what global partners and regional partners should do, I will start from the perspective of Africa CDC as a continental public health agency. First and foremost, there are some things we met on ground when Africa CDC was established in 2017. As at 2018, we had just 13 of the 55 member states having a national public health institute. We've moved that needle from 13 currently to 25 member states that have fully functional public health institute. Overall, we've moved from 43% in 2018 of member states that have either functional or suboptimally functional public health institutes to about above 80%. And the drive is to see how all the member states will have a national public health institute. So I think for global and regional body, we need to sustain that political advocacy. I think my colleague here ended very well when he said that public health is public wealth. But unfortunately, sometimes politicians do not understand this. You know why? Because public health does not give you tangible assets to campaign with. And politicians need something they can reference when campaigning for the next election. And I always will tell my colleague health professionals, we need to put public health issues either as GDP or tangible things that politicians should see, because they're the one who appropriate budgets. And so they need to understand it. So unless we continue to pursue and advocate to decision makers to be able to action commitments they've made, they make global commitments. For example, one of the commitments in Abuja was that 15% of national budget will go to health. No country in Africa has achieved that since that declaration was made. How are we as global and regional bodies pushing for this? Another thing is, of course, with laboratory capacity strengthening. We also saw that pathogen genomics capacity were very minimal as an AU agency when we started. And you recall when we had the outbreak of COVID-19, many of the countries could not even diagnose it. But today, suffice to say that over 40 member states have pathogen genomic capacity. And one of the things we've also done is to move from just member states having, but networking, such that one capacity in a country can be leveraged by countries in that same region. And I think a lot of discussions have been talked about moving from solo programming to a more coordinated programming. And that is where we, as regional and global partners, need to work cohesively. We do capacity building. All of us have agreed that one of the ways to strengthen public health capacity and EPR is through workforce development. But yet, we have this jointed workforce curriculum, speaking on the same subject matter area, in the same continent, but some of them reflecting different contexts. My colleague Sohel made a presentation and was showing global distribution of deaths and what causes them. You will see that non-communicable disease had a chunk, right? And you see ischemic related diseases. But that is globally. In Africa, what drives deaths? You will see that it's still infectious diseases. And so it means that we must be able to contextualize whatever global agenda, curriculum, commitments to our context in Africa to be able to drive public health actions that are responsive to those who are most vulnerable. Otherwise, we will dress it at the top, but the community that are the most recipients do not get the concomitant impacts. Now, we've seen another very emerging scenario. Agenda 2063 is like how many years from now? But all the predictions shows that there will be worsening outcomes as a result of climate change and health. When I interact with my health professionals, a lot of us have not been able to mainstream climate action into health programming. We've not been able to harness health intelligence into climate intelligence into health programming. So it becomes difficult to be able to do this public health actions without including determinants that contribute significantly. The WHO have shown that 56% of the over 2,000 public health events that occurred in Africa in the last 2 decades were linked to climate change. But yet, in many of our national determined contributions, health is not included.
In many of our programming, we do not talk about climate change. So I think these are some of the things we need to do. Lastly, maybe because of time, we understand the role of community health workers and promoters, and I'm happy that Kenya has talked about that. And that is critically important. We must move from the top-bottom approach to the bottom-up approach. Whatever we do, whether in Geneva, in Addis Ababa, in Washington, as long as the last vulnerable person whom we want to cover universally with universal health coverage do not benefit from those investments, then all of those efforts are only responding to our thoughts. So it must be mainstreamed to the people who need this. And that is why we need to harness community health promoters and functions in such a way that they both speak to public health issues as well as service delivery. So we must mainstream that in our planning. We must also try to get feedback from the communities that receive these services that we give. If we're going to sustain impact, we must be able to mainstream their thought processes. We must also see how we can innovate around local solutions. It is not everything that is imported that works in some contexts. Sometimes all we need to do is a tweaking of what is already existent in those communities. So let's look at public health from a broader, all-inclusive and coordinated approach. And that is what Africa CDC is pushing for under the new public health order. But much more importantly, as we look at health sovereignty, I want to end by this. Nobody can, out of goodwill, guarantee your health security. They can only support you, but you must own your health security. And that is where stewardship talks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Charles, for articulating quite well what Africa CDC is doing. And I think Africa CDC has grown in a very tremendous way. We are proud of you. You have reminded us some of the achievement that have been achieved through your support and other partners. We are all happy that NPHIs in our region, they are getting established and they are up and running. You have reinforced the need to see how best do we communicate to politicians in a way they can understand. And having also been engaged with politicians, I've realized sometimes you really have to find how to bring the message home. Somebody talked about malaria somewhere here, I can't remember who it was. And many people are dying out of malaria. If you look at the numbers of people dying out of malaria every day, if you look at in terms of buses, yeah, those people will have fitted in how many buses, and suppose all those buses crashed and everybody died. It will begin to make sense to somebody when you talk about malaria, the mortalities and all that. Climate-related hazard, a big issue with us now in our region. We have to mainstream issues of climate-related hazards, and of course the community component. These interventions that we are putting in place, there is need to think about community-centered approaches, because all these outbreaks and emergencies, they begin and end in communities. And you have also told us there is a need to look at the local context. It can never be a straight jacket. You know, from one country to another, we have to look at the local context. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate again Charles from Africa CDC. Now we go to Professor Neil. You have the floor.
Thank you. And I'm going to begin where my brother from Africa CDC finished with the community. Public health begins in homes. It's nurtured by communities, but it's supported and enabled at the population level by governments. And we have in this room the permanent secretaries, the leaders of national public health institutions. So our role as regional and global bodies is to support you as national leaders to enable communities and households to build their own public health capability. So that is our responsibility. We, as IAMFI, which is a network of national public health institutions, work very closely with Africa CDC. It's Africa CDC's political leadership which will help empower the permanent secretaries, the leaders of national public health institutions to advocate for strong public health. So Africa CDC needs the advocacy material to support you as national leaders to mobilize the budgets which are needed at country level. So that's an important political partnership. Sahel highlighted the evidence, the information that is needed to inform the policy decisions that you, as leaders at the national level, need. So that evidence generation requires robust academic capability. It requires independent scientific thinking. And therefore, one of the things that we need to promote at an international level is sufficient independence for national public health institutions to use evidence to inform policy and practice at a national level. We're seeing the dangers of political interference in public policy making at a global scale. What we need to do is protect public health institutions by allowing them to remain sufficiently independent of government so that they can always speak truth to power. They can use evidence to inform policy. And that's why it was so important this morning when we heard Malawi say about the Public Health Act leading to the creation of a national public health institution in Malawi. I used to be a district medical officer in Malawi, so Malawi is my second country. Alongside Mozambique, I spent 4 years working in Mozambique, but this is so important to have strong national public health institutions. And I've been recently in both countries and seen the strength of those national public health institutions. And I know you all represent similar capability. So our role as IAMFI is to support you as national public health institutions, get the best from the WHO and Africa CDC joint partnership to generate the evidence needed to inform public health. But this also requires resources, and that's why we've also been hearing about what the World Bank's funding has enabled here to finance some of that. In addition to the global funding, we need additional external funding to facilitate that capacity. Later we'll hear from the European Union and the Team Europe initiative, which is also supporting 9 countries in Africa to support national public health institutional capability. So again, we work very closely with those financing bodies to ensure that they're facilitating that link. But where does most of the learning come from? It comes from yourself. I should quote the Honourable Minister who spoke this morning. Let me learn from you. That's such an important point, that we should all be learning from each other. So one of the core principles that we, Africa CDC and IAMFI and WHO support is peer-to-peer support. You are the people who know best how to support the populations in your countries. You are learning and generating innovation and ideas which can help those populations. But you can learn from your neighbors, from your peers in other countries, because we can't all have the best ideas. We need to look and borrow and steal from our friends to pinch their ideas to help do the best for our population. So again, as IAMFI, we feel we can facilitate those exchanges between the leaders of national public health institutions. The other thing, finally, to say is we do need strong national leadership. I witnessed it when I was in Malawi. I spent 4 days with Matthew in the Public Health Institution of Malawi, and I've seen the way that a good leader takes their staff with them. They create a vision. So everybody in this room is a leader. They create the vision that will lead their institution to create the future for their population. So we should also be supporting that strong, capable leadership that will allow real public health change to be delivered. So I think our role as global bodies is to enable and empower you as national leaders to support the communities and the households in your countries to live the best lives that they can with the resources that are available, and to make sure that politicians recognize, as has been said, that health is wealth. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Professor Neil. In summary, the health security is a shared responsibility. It's a shared responsibility between all of us, governments, communities, regional blocks, international partners. And we need to ensure that we have functional institutions that are working. Thank you for the collaboration with the Africa CDC, WHO to ensure we have stronger NPHIs. I'm told our time is far much gone, but we'll try to move with speed. Let's now invite Dr. Reiners, who will be able to share with us, given intersectoral nature of public health, what will make coordination with various line ministries a routine requirement to ensure shared accountability for public health. This will be touching on One Health. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. And thank you for inviting me through the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock and the Permanent Secretary. First and foremost, from Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock would like to add what has been missing on the animal side. So with respect to the National Public Health Institutes, and here we have already been given scenarios from 2 countries, and most of us are also coming from that background. Now looking at the strengthening of public health stewardships and capacities in Eastern and Southern Africa, and in particular from the perspective of animal health and Ministry of Fisheries in particular, we look at, in summary, what perspective the intersectoral coordination is and will be in trying to have the routine embedded in One Health governance. In summary, we look at 3 things that, or 3 or 4 things that for it to work, firstly, we need to look at the backing, that we need to have the backing of legal, we need to have legal mandates. Then, secondly, we need to be planning as One Health together. And then we also need to look at undertaking activities together, so that at the end of the day, we look at whether our performance indicators that we set during the planning session together as One Health have been achieved or not. And this has to be across all line ministries that are under One Health. Now, we need to account ourselves to public health issues. And to do that, the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock would like to institutionalize this intersectoral coordination. Now, for the Zambian perspective, I would like to look at the first aspect of legal and policy interpretation or integration. For the Zambian scenario, we have legal backing in place. and this is called Zambia National Institute Public Health, Zambia National Public Health Institute Act of 2020. So it means that already this has been achieved. But now, if it has been achieved, what we need to look at is it achieving the purpose? So we need to organize ourselves in this One Health coordination through this act, and out of this there is a part of One Health in that act which coordinates all other line ministries. But we need to ensure that the ministries, these other ministries' mandates, which includes mandates on environment, mandates on animal health, and mandates on human health, are aligned to the aspects of the public health, which includes food safety, zoonotic disease control. And these should speak to the enacted legal framework. What has been left behind on this aspect is that we have gone ahead to put this legal framework in place. However, we also see that, for example, the animal health has an act which is not speaking to the ZNPHI Act. So we have put in place a One Health aspect, but we are lagging behind to bring in environment which should also align to what is obtaining currently. We also need to align the animal health to what is obtaining currently, because what is there to achieve to achieve this public health, or to strengthen the public health, is basically to bring all these legal aspects in alignment. The other one is the joint governing and planning. What we need to do after putting in place for the Zambian case, we have done very well, and this is a fact. We have engaged other sectors. If we look outside, just behind this wall, there is a poster talking about Zambia's AMR situation. For those who have looked at it, you see that there are three aspects that have been highlighted there: the human sector, the animal sector, and the environmental sector. And this, from this point, I want to talk about governance and planning. We see that there is a lag through that poster. So if we see that the human sector is ahead and is giving facts that this is the current situation in Zambia. The animal sector is following and is giving some facts. The environmental sector is lagging behind and is not giving facts. So what needs to be done in this aspect of joint governance and planning is to bring all the sectors almost closer to each other. We may not be at par completely because of different aspects the way we operate, but we need to be reporting like almost in a similar fashion. Then the third aspect, when we are looking at trying to bring intersectoral coordination together, is doing or sharing monitoring and accountabilities together. Everything is together. One Health is all about together. The public health, it's about bringing everyone together. And here we have been told that actually public health starts from home. So everything is about togetherness. So even the sharing, monitoring, and accountability has to be done in a One Health manner. And to do that, we will be talking about systems, which have a number of speakers here have alluded to. Systems are very important. Once we put systems in place, then we'll be talking of a very good One Health and achieving the strengthening of public health capacities. Zambia is not left behind, and under the One Health, which we have a plan which is running up to 2026. We have this plan, and this plan, in one of those, for example, I'll just give you an example of how we are working together. We are forming technical working groups, which would go just up to the ground level there. Of course, we may even enter the home as suggested by Professor there, but for the moment we are saying we are moving from nation to sub-nation level. And so far, out of 116 districts in Zambia, One Health approach technical working groups, which includes all line ministries, have been achieved in about 64 districts, and we are remaining with the next few districts, which will be done before the end of the year. So the other aspect, of course, the fourth one is financing, which is very critical, and which is probably one of the biggest issues to look at, because financing, as was alluded to, like from Kenya here, it's very important that public health is properly financed. But with the economic challenges that most of the African countries face, it may not be, we may not achieve the 15% so easily, but we'll try and thrive. So even this aspect, it should be at One Health level. Not only Ministry of Health, but all line ministries should strive to have financing towards public health events. The other one is capacity building in all areas, and institutional capacity building as well. Change of mindset, so that you can build capacity, but if people do not have that change of mindset, they'll still work in silos. So we need to capacity build individuals and institutions, and provide proper systems that will work towards this One Health part and strengthening public health capacities. Then Zambia, just like Kenya, we are also under decentralization, and luckily enough, the two institutions or the two sectors of health and animal health sector are decentralized, which we are in the infancy stages. Of course, we started a long time ago, but in terms of rooting it into the ground there, we are still in the infancy, and we hope that if this is done, together with what we are doing of taking this technical working group to the sub-nation level, this should go side by side. The decentralization of public health events together with the decentralization of the system as the country wants to move towards that. And lastly, I will talk about engaging everyone in routine management. So we'll just do everything that we intend to do in different ministries, and as One Health should be routine, and we should not move away from routine. That today we have come to this workshop, we've been invited as One Health, but when we go back, it's again back to the normal system. So basically this is what needs to be done towards strengthening public health, and in particular intersectoral nature of coordination But of course, there are challenges. We look at challenges and the policy. By the end of this, maybe we emphasize that we need to come up with policies. To do that, we have to look at, make sure that our health systems are not fragmented. We don't have weak governance and stewardship. We have inadequate workforce. We have adequate resources. We have good surveillance and data capture systems, and everything should not be fragmented, but under One Health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Let's appreciate him. I may not have time to recap everything, but in summary, the message is, when we talk about national capacities around One Health, we have to remember that the strength of a chain is determined by its weakest link. So if human health is doing very well, followed by veterinary, and then environment is lagging behind, we should always remember, in health security, the strength of the chain is determined by its weakest link. So we need to support each other. Thank you very much for articulating those issues very well. So we are now coming to the last round of comments from our international partners, and I hope our friend from EU is online, Eva. So Eva, if you can hear me,
yes, I'm online.
You'll be responding to this question together with World Bank. Development partners' perspective to cover for you and World Bank. How can investment in public health be sustained amid declining ODA and economic contraction in the region? We know the resource envelope is getting, or is declining because of so many other priorities. So we'd want to hear from you, Eva, from Brussels. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, can you hear me? That was a bit of a music session I heard. So I'm very happy to be here. My name is Eva Johansson, and I'm the IMEURO coordinator here in Brussels for the support to Public Health Institute. I can unfortunately hear an echo on my laptop, so maybe your IT could just do something about it. Okay, I'll start again.
I hear you very well.
That's excellent. I hear myself too. Anyway, it's an honor to participate in this meeting, and I'm representing the European Union here. I'm working at this Director General called INTPA, for International Partnerships. And I'd like to share some perspectives, primarily from my regional program to support public health institutes, which I'm coordinating. But I also hear, obviously, that many other issues are of critical importance. So I think the issue of synergies and not looking so much in silos is a really important issue that was addressed today, and that we also continue to battle with and to strengthen. I'm also coordinating another team Europe initiative, Health Security through a One Health approach, recognizing also what was mentioned here today on the importance of integrating a One Health approach, and not as an add-on, but really as in the planning stages, as was mentioned by the previous speaker. The meeting's objectives here today to align strategies, stakeholder engagement, and stronger coherence and strengthened national and regional priorities to foster collaboration on a regional level also. It really resonates very strongly with the EU's commitment to support sustainable, inclusive and resilient health systems across Africa. And we're also building our Team Europe collaboration on health, and it was already mentioned also by a previous speaker, Neil Squires, that we have a Team Europe initiative where we collaborate on health in 5 different areas of health. And on the support to public health institutes, that initiative was established only last year. The preparatory work has been going on for some years, and it was launched last year by the European Commission and 11 European member states, so a very strong support, with Africa CDC. And this collaboration is guided by Africa's own strategic priorities under the Africa CDC strategic plan and the new public health order, which is positioning MPHIs as critical pillars for resilient health systems. And today it was also mentioned a few times on the importance of advocacy. And it's really something that we can, and I can echo. I think it's important because we are here talking about governance, and the narrative, as of quite recent, is very much on financing and private sector engagement, which is also critical important in health system strengthening. But we need to continue to advocate even stronger also for the importance of our government institutions. Since the official launch of the initiative, we commissioned here at INSPA, we commissioned a survey to really know better what's actually going on in terms of support from European MPHIs to African MPHIs and schools of public health. This survey, we are still validating the outcome, but it really shows that European MPHIs have very strong partnerships already with African MPHIs and schools of public health across the continent. And we were able to map around 60 different projects, which was actually more than we were aware of. Because usually when we do our mapping, we ask member states, but now we went one layer, sort of another layer in our survey, and we contacted directly the MPHIs in Europe. Not all across Europe, but the ones that are members of our Team Europe initiatives. And the 60 projects, they are implemented in 41 countries, so it's quite a wide geographical coverage. Some countries benefit from one project, perhaps in one subsector. Others have several European actors involved. So I think if we look at the investment that have been made to date from Team Europe, and with Team Europe, I'm referring to our member states and their MPHIs and also the European Commission. It's around 140 million euros, and this includes also the last program, the regional program that I will talk about in a second. And the survey showed that some of the core functions that we support are workforce development, capacity building, and institutional strengthening. But there's also a focus quite a lot on surveillance, data, preparedness, prevention, and response, and engagement in policy dialogue. And on the engagement in policy dialogue, it was primarily what we could see anyway with the ministries of health. But not so much with the other ministries, and I think a previous speaker alluded to that also, that we need to speak more also with our finance ministries and planning ministries. So research was also quite well supported, and we are currently, as I mentioned, validating the results. I may come back to that at a later point. But perhaps more importantly is that we are really hoping now to engage more in sharing experiences and encourage learning across different projects and countries. So last year we adopted a new four-year regional program to support African Public Health Institutes. It's a four-year program, as I mentioned, and the envelope is 50 million euro for those years to be implemented in 10 countries. Several are in East and South Africa also. And the overall aim is really to strengthen national public health institutes and schools of public health. And it's particularly the core institutional capacity, so on a horizontal level. And also what you are doing here today to promote regional collaboration and networking among Africans, so South, primarily, but also with European institutes. And support evidence-based policy analysis and advice, and enhance workforce training, research, and knowledge exchange. And in addition to those 10 countries that I mentioned in the program, regional program, we also have a regional component in collaboration with Africa CDC, which will provide this platform of opportunities for more peer learning and networking to advance on priority areas. And just to mention on the country level support, it's really, as I mentioned, supporting core capacities and functions. And it's the countries themselves that, in collaboration with the EU delegations and us here in Brussels, but it's really coming from the countries which priorities they want to focus on. And if I have a few, we have a technical working group within the Team Europe community on public health institutes, and there are some sort of joint recommendations that I just wanted to mention in this forum that we would like to focus more on. And it's also what was mentioned here or emphasized today. It's really to strengthen the MPHI strategic role and mandate. And this also entails the legal mandate for the MPHIs. Possible enlargement of the function and activities, and really support the leading role in a resilient and strong health systems that also function well during health emergencies. Also to leverage synergies between not only our initiatives funded by the European Commission, but also between the European member states and other actors and other programs. So we try to avoid the silo approach. It's often challenging, but we need to make a strong effort here. And they should really go hand in hand and avoid duplication. And once again, coming to the key role of MPHI, to really put forward messages and advocacy and show how important they are as a backbone also of well-functioning health systems. I think it's really important. But I will end here, and I wish you continue a very productive meeting. I've been very impressed by the interventions and for the format of the meeting. So thank you for the invitation to come and share some perspectives on the Team Europe collaboration and our easy-funded regional program. So thank you very much.
Agreeing to step in and make contribution in this important discussion. And on behalf of everybody here in the plenary, we do appreciate the support of EU in strengthening our MPHIs and also strengthening our health systems, we also recognize that EU, you have a very strong voice. You would help us a lot in advocacy with the ministries of finance, but also I think the parliamentarians should also be a major area of focus, knowing that issues of budget pass through parliaments, so we need to ensure also there is more advocacy in that area. Thank you so much for a lot of support that EU has supported our region. We know this is taxpayers' money, and it's going to good use, ensuring we have better capacities, and we avoid working in silos, as you have said, because that will help us to avoid duplication of effort, and we can use our resources in a more effective and efficient way. Thank you once again, Eva, for those contributions. Last but not least, we'll come to the World Bank. Same question. I want to invite my sister Jane from World Bank to make her submission. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm an economist, and so I will talk from an economics perspective, perhaps, and not a public health perspective. But let me start by saying that Africa, we are a very resilient people, as we all know. And despite the fact that we have faced significant shocks since the beginning of the year, we have together identified potential solutions to ensure that essential services continue to be provided to our people. And this is the spirit that we should all have, to work collectively together to identify our challenges and solutions to move our health sector forward. Having said that, and in the interest of time, I think I will raise only 3 points and look forward to another opportunity to have this interesting conversation in the near future. The first thing that I want to raise, and which we all know very well and we saw in our slides, is that we are spending way too little on healthcare, and perhaps even much less on public health. Most of our countries are spending about $30 US per capita on health. This is simply unacceptable, despite the economic hardships that we are all going through. So we all know and we all agree that we need more money for health. But how do we do this? Either we lobby the Ministry of Finance to give us a larger share of the pie, like we are talking about 15%, or the Ministry of Finance go out and they broaden the tax base, collect more money, and even if they don't give us a larger share of the pie, they may give us more dollars, right? But whose responsibility is it to raise more money for health and to ensure that our health systems are funded sustainably? It is not us, it is the Ministries of Finance. And so, Mr. Moderator, I would have been very glad this evening to have a colleague from the Ministry of Finance seated next to me having this conversation, because often we speak to ourselves and we don't make progress. So to support our countries navigate this discussion about getting more money for health, as the World Bank, we've been working with countries in the region, particularly countries in Africa East and South, to provide a platform for dialogue between the Ministries of Finance and Ministries of Health to better understand each other and to work together, not just during the budgeting process, but during the implementation, to also ensure that our absorptive capacity gets better. Some of you in this room were in Nairobi in the beginning of June, where we started this conversation. And some of you will be with us in Cape Town in December, again to have this conversation, and in February in Mozambique, to continue tracking the progress we are making in terms of our engagement, not just with finance, but in terms of raising resources for health. Having said that, we are also very shy to talk about efficiency. And Mr. Moderator, you've just mentioned it here. But often we spend our time lobbying for more money, more money, more money. But we also know that about 20 to 40% of health resources are wasted. And if you are to be bold enough and look at the literature on efficiency for our countries, we are wasting way too much. Even if we know that efficiency gains do take time to trickle down to the health sector, we cannot have this conversation of more government or more money from development partners without putting measures in place for efficiency. So what then are we doing to walk the journey with countries to strengthen our efficiency? We are starting to put measures in place to think about how we can manage our resources better. Yes, we need more, definitely, but we must spend our money better. So how do we strengthen our public financial management systems so that we are able to track every coin that gets into the system, but the health that it has to buy? How do we manage resources better? And we know that inefficiencies are not just about wasting money. It's also about having way little money and resources for the health work function. So we are back on thinking through how we can manage our human resources. The third area of work that we are looking at to help us be more efficient, it's really to change the conversation about health insurance from revenue generation potential to strategic purchasing so that we are able to get value for our dollar. I know that most of us in this room, including myself, we have many times seen health insurance as a way to mobilize resources. But what we are doing with countries is to try to shift the mindset and say, okay, yes, you may be able to get a few dollars here, but perhaps the value you get is making sure that you are getting quality services efficiently through using your health insurer as a strategic purchaser. The other area that is important is the private sector. Yes, we know that the government takes a large share of responsibility when it comes to health in general and public health in particular. But in this day and age, we cannot be ignorant of the private sector and the need to create an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive so that the dividends from the private sector can flow back into the public sector. And as I come to the end, I want to emphasize the importance role of digitization and technology. And I want to look at my peers here who says that we use digitalization to buy tea, which is transparency, efficiency, and accountability. So how do we digitize our sector to make sure that we are transparent, we are efficient, and accountable? And finally, it is the challenge to us as development partners. When do we stop being fragmented? When do we stop creating more inefficiencies by coming with this program of work, that program of work, the other program of work? How do we work with countries to make sure that our programs are harmonized, our resource frameworks are harmonized, our plans and budgets are harmonized? I think if we do these 5 things, we will try to make progress towards sustainable health financing. Thank you.
Let's appreciate World Bank Jane let's appreciate her for very good comments, reminding us the situation in the health sector and acknowledging that the investments in the health sector, they are suboptimal, but also reinforcing the fact that even the little that we get, there are still leakages. There is waste. 20 to 40% is a huge amount of money that could have transformed the health services in our country. And therefore the call, apart from additional resources, is about being efficient, being able to demonstrate value for money. Demonstrate value for money, that for every dollar we get to invest in healthcare, including emergencies, then there is a return on investment. You have emphasized again insurance issues, issues of private sector. I think we have learned from COVID-19 that no sector is spared when we have such a serious outbreaks. It affects all the sectors. And I think this now can make it easier for us to advocate with the private sector on the need for them to invest in health. And of course, digitalization, and avoid fragmentation and avoid working in silos. We have had a very beautiful conversation, another round of applause to all these discussants. We appreciate them, including Eva, who is in Brussels. I think I have been informed that after the surveillance system is that most of you are tired. That is the indicator that I have received, that most of you now are tired, and therefore we may not be able to hold the next panel, but Dr. Mohammed will be coming here to explain further. And therefore allow me to release the panel here with another round of applause for a job well done. Thank you very much. And now it's my singular honor to invite Dr. Mohammed.
So I think we wanted Zambia to reflect maybe for 2 or 3 minutes, and then we close the day. So, are you going to?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Not even one is responding. So, good afternoon again. You know, it's difficult to summarize when excellent presenters have delivered their content in more than the given time for each one of them, and then you are asked to do it in 3 minutes. So this session was looking at National Public Health Institutes, their current state of public health capacities and stewardship with a global perspective. And of course, we looked at how we can generate policy options for operationalization of national public health institutes. Now, the summary reflection is as follows. It's a little bit long, but I hope I can go through it. We know that public health systems across Africa region remain very important instruments for responding to emergencies and making sure that we have resilience. However, one of the observations that has come out is that we still have significant fragmentation with different responsibilities dispersed across multiple ministries, departments and programs, and sometimes donor-driven initiatives. This has resulted in siloed planning, parallel investments, duplication of functions, weak coordination, and this has resulted in the African continent seeing many more epidemics, some of which could easily be prevented. Despite the growing complexity of health emergencies, ranging from infectious disease outbreaks to climate-related shocks and rising NCD burden, public health continues to be under-prioritized, under-financed, and insufficiently integrated into national health systems. Multiple strategic plans such as national health strategic plans, national public health strategies, there is antimicrobial resistance plans, there is disease-specific plans, all operating independently with minimal alignment, while humanitarian responses often fail to build long-term national capacities. There is no united governance model for public health in Africa, in many African countries, and mandates of existing public health authorities are often narrow, fragmented, and unclear. As a result, essential public health functions are not fully institutionalized, leading to inefficiencies, weak stewardship, and suboptimal health outcomes. To overcome this fragmentation, National Public Health Institutes present a strategic opportunity to consolidate core public functions, core public health functions, core multi-sectoral action, and strengthen health systems, but only if intentionally designed, empowered, and adequately resourced. And I think with good legal backing. Recommendations for strengthening national public health institutes include the following. Number one, establishing unified governance and mandates for national public health institutes. This helps us to create and update legislation that clearly defines the NPHI as a national coordinating body for all public health functions. Number two, fragmented public health units, programs, and surveillance structures under a single institutional framework, the One Health approach. Ensure National Public Health Institutes has the authority to coordinate across ministries, sectors, and sub-national levels. The second pillar would be to integrate essential public health functions as the organizing framework. Here we have had two things that came out: the use of essential public health functions to harmonize roles, eliminate duplication, and ensure all core services such as surveillance, workforce, labs, health promotion, etc., are institutionalized and aligned. The second aspect is that we should embed essential public health functions into national planning, budgeting, and accountability systems. Third pillar would be harmonized national public health planning and investment, so that we have aligned key strategies with streamlined donor support that is also buying into the one plan, one budget, and one M&E. Promote pooled financing and coordinate investment in functional capacities instead of vertical time-bound projects. Fourth pillar, strengthen public health workforce through coordinated development. Here we heard that we should be creating a unified national public health workforce, planned anchored within the NPHI. Integrate the FETP, basic, intermediate, and advanced programs, and other training programs to avoid duplication across ministries and partners, and ensure multidisciplinarity as we implement these issues. Fifth pillar that we had was to build integrated surveillance and public health intelligence systems. So here we had that we should merge parallel surveillance platforms, IDS
RAC or disease programs, humanitarian systems into a single interoperable ecosystem managed by the NPHI. Establish strong linkages between laboratories, digital systems, and public health emergency operating centers and rapid response teams. Promote routine data sharing across sectors, human, animal, environment, to institutionalize the One Health. 6, strengthen multisectoral and vertical horizontal coordination. 7, secure sustainable domestic financing for consolidated public health financing. We heard from speakers, they clearly said you cannot finance health if the economies are not doing well. So there are indicators in the economy and the levels of investment, one of which is their budget targets, but also there is the per capita expenditure for countries that is required so that you can finance health properly. But all this depends on how much are you generating in your economy. 8, institutional mechanisms for monitoring, evaluation, and accountability. We cannot run away from this one. We need to establish unified M&D frameworks. We need to institutionalize after-action reviews, early action reviews, and simulation exercises to improve learning. And we use evidence to drive policy coherence and continuous improvement across public health systems. Overall, the message is from this presentation is that strengthening national public health institutes in Africa requires moving from fragmentation, siloed public health effort, integrated, coordinated, system-wide approaches. By consolidating functions, aligning investments, clarifying mandates, and institutionalizing essential public health functions, national public health institutes can become the backbone of resilient health systems capable of protecting populations from current and future threats. Now, I am not sure, somebody mentioned early on the Lusaka agenda, and I think that there are 5 things that the Lusaka agenda mentions which correlate very well in the strengthening of national public health institutes. And if you read that document, I just summarized it here. The first one is that we should make stronger contribution to primary health care, meaning let's fund primary health care activities. So all the data points in a country, border health, primary health, community health, all these must be linked into the surveillance systems of the NPHI so that you are able to pick up early warning signs that are existing in your country. 2, play a catalytic role towards sustainable domestically financed health services and public health functions. Here, we are talking sustainability and resilience so that we increase domestic financing to our own health systems in our countries. Number 3 is to strengthen a joint approach, the One Health system. Number 4 is to ensure we achieve strategic and operational coherence. And number 5, we have coordinated approach to products, research and development, regional manufacturing, and policy and global health policies. So you can see that Lusaka agenda summarized this meeting very well. And we need to ensure that these are being followed. Some of the recommended meetings and these discussions we've been having is basically already anchored in our Lusaka agenda and the Abuja declaration. So for Zambia, we just wanted to maybe if I can steal another 1 minute or so, or 2, so that my colleague from the Zambia National Public Health Institute can come and just talk to us, not about how they were formed, when, which act, no. To just tell us what have been their significant
successes without giving so much explanation.
Thank you, PS. And I know we are late in terms of time. I think ZNPHI being the IHR focal point, I think is managed to organize all the technical working groups. I think based on the joint external evaluation for 2017 to 2023, which were done, the two of them, when you compare, we can clearly see that ZNPHI has since improved in terms of the detect domain, as well as the response domain. But the summary is that the prevent domain is still challenging, and we can see the lamentations from the minister as it relates to cholera and other public health. So I'll end here, otherwise that's a summary. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe it was the way I called him, and I gave him maybe scary conditions. So he didn't, we call it in our language, sana masuke, meaning he's still tied. I didn't untie him so that he can speak properly and freely. Maybe that's what happened. So colleagues, we have summarized what we heard, and where is Muhammad? Please, can you come and release me from here?
Thank you, PS. Let's applaud PS for a very good summary. And we understand that Zambia Public Health Institute is one of the leading NPHI in our region. Most of the countries are coming to benchmark how they implement the activities. And I think from since it was found, and the legal mandate and the way they act on the public health preparedness, emergency and surveillance is one of the best model in which most of the country have tried to emulate. So we were supposed to have a panel discussion on the cross-border coordination and collaboration, health emergency preparedness and response, and we wanted to use the experience from recent outbreak of Mpox and other outbreak in the region for country to give us their experience. But as it was said, people are tired, and also we have cocktail, which is in few minutes to come. So we end up here, and we try to squeeze this session tomorrow during the networking session. And I want to invite our Master of Ceremony to come and close this session, because we know that today is the first day and people are very tired. Sorry. And we want actually to make sure that we finish all the agenda, but it was not possible. Thank you, and welcome the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate him, please. Let's always appreciate. What a day it has been. If you're still in the room by this time and you're privileged to still be alive and breathing, I congratulate you. Congratulate your neighbor. Say congs for still being alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic, and breathing by this time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation, your involvement today in all the different sessions. It's been awesome. And you know, there is a way we tend to be so moderate about appreciating ourselves. We only want others to appreciate us, but there is that moment when you need to tap on your back and say, Samuel, well done, even if nobody does so. So this is the moment. Can you please tap on your back and say, yeah, I've done well today, I'm still here. You don't have to always wait for people to say thank you to you or well done. Many times they are also fighting their own battles in life. Not so. So well done, really. Yeah. And it's important we appreciate all the panelists and all the presenters, all the facilitators of the day for the great work they have done. Please, let's appreciate them. Thank you very much. Right from the start, from the beginning when we had the opening ceremony, and then all the different presentations, the key country implementation highlights, the reflections by the permanent secretaries, all the conversations, the panel conversations, the people that were online, offline, and besides the line, everywhere line, well done. Well done. Tomorrow, we continue. Alutwa continua. We will be having amazing conversations tomorrow. Starting at 8:30, we will be arriving here at 8:30 a.m. And then we will have a number of sessions, as you already know, according to the program. One that deals with the progress on accelerating health manufacturing in Africa. Another that deals with the digital best buys to enhance preparedness and response. And a number of others, without having to take us through them. What I would like to say right now is that we have a cocktail. We have a cocktail coming up. I thought people would be excited, but where I come from, when you say something like that, I say, and I put a big smile, because you say the cocktail. But in case you don't mind having the tail of the cock, we are going to be in the small dome conference room. When you move outside, slow, get to the compound, on your right, this time not immediately you turn into this place down, but just across the road, you will see a dome, small dome conference room. A number of you were there yesterday in that room, so in case somebody came today, you may want to hold their hands like you're having a good evening walk and you help them go to that room. Let's get there and have a wonderful moment there. Specifically, tomorrow at midday, there will be a closed session, permanent secretaries of the MPA countries, together with the World Bank, Intergovernmental Authority in Development, and the EXA health community. So let's take note of that. Closed session, permanent secretaries, together with the heads of delegation. Continuing to remind us that the website is on and more things have been uploaded while we were here. It's important you maximize it. www.racmeeting.forum. New things have been put there, videos, photos, presentations, and so on and so forth. So please click there this evening and continue to benefit from it. Finally, at break time, some of you came to me asking about my resources. I would like to let you know that a few of them are going to be available just around this entrance as we go out. Some of my books I've written, including Honorable Leadership, the 7 reliable strategies for becoming a highly influential leader beyond your generation. Most of these things we are talking about here, I can assure you, everything rises and falls on leadership. Just like John C. Maxwell said. Leadership is the cause. Everything else is the effect. So the way we build ourselves as leaders will really determine how we are going to do the HEPPR. But there is also this one called Move On. Rising above the past to unlock your future. He is not the only man on earth. She's not the only woman on earth. There are others. Move on. Life happens, but we can be able to get to the future. So that's very critical. Beautiful thing for the ladies in the room. Remarkable Woman. A guide for intentional living, legacy, and impact. I wrote this with 27 women whom I asked their top 3 things that every woman must do in order to live a life of impact, legacy, and significance. I put them together. Dads in the house like me, courageous dads. 7 proven strategies for raising resilient children today. If you want your children to be in your life tomorrow, you better be in their life today. Busy and loving it, we work under stressful situations, but we can be able to keep our heads above the water. And in case you have a young adult who is about to get married, someone to love. How do you get a wife, not a knife? How do you get a husband, not a hammer? To mention about a few, ladies and gentlemen. For now, my friends from Rwanda, murare neza, murare haryana, hataryana, hararu mwanzi. My friends from Botswana, Robara Centre, see you tomorrow. Friends from Kenya, Lara Salama, nimefurahi sana kabisa leo. It's been a wonderful day. Tutaonana tena kama Mungu akijaliwa. People from Malawi, Urare Bwino, see you tomorrow. Friends from Burundi, ndabifuriza ijoro ryiza. Sibyo? Nibyo, ndabifuriza ijoro ryiza. Friends from Zambia, Sendame Nipo, Gona Bwino, see you in the morning. DRC Butu, Elamu, see you tomorrow morning. Mozambique, Bonaitwe, Ethiopia, Dena Ederu, Amesegnale Bereti. See you tomorrow morning. Let's get right now to the cocktail. Pass by here. The books are going to be available. You've done well today. Celebrate yourselves. See you tomorrow. Let's go and build Africa and beyond.